But who's going to be the Master of Ceremonies. Bob is an old colleague of mine. No, he's not old. He's a colleague of mine from a long time ago. We stayed in touch. Very experienced police officer, and one of those people who has so much to give to policing that it's really important that we engage in. So Bob's going to run the day. I will see you throughout the day. Take every opportunity to engage with as many people as you want to. There are students, there's some academics, there are people, officers from Thailand, officers from Sweden here, so lots of different people for you to talk to and learn about and to enjoy the conversations that come out of this morning. So no further ado, Bob, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod, and good morning, Elu, Master of Ceremonies. I think that's putting it a bit too poshly, really. We're late already, so I failed straight away miserably in my job. As Rod said, a variety of people in the room with a variety of backgrounds, not all of which are in policing, so please make sure you get to speak to each other. We have an online audience as well, so our speakers, unfortunately, are going to kind of be rooted behind the lectern, not out of rudeness, but because the mics won't pick up necessarily for colleagues, hopefully around the world, who will be listening in throughout the day. Our thanks to the University of West London for hosting the event, with whom London Police College work extremely closely. Also a huge thanks to our sponsors today, Audax, Body Worn Video, Derek's in the room, and certainly our police liaison colleagues and other police officers. You get a chance to speak to Derek and their products, then please do that for us. I'm just going to start very quickly, of course, with the usual health and safety stuff. No planned fire alarms today, but the exits are on either side. The main exit is that way. There are other exits to the building that way. There will be stewards and people if we do have a real alarm. Please take it carefully. Toilet facilities, washrooms are just out the door there. Tea and coffee are behind us here. I know some of you are very busy. If you do need to take a call, by all means, please do so. But phones off, please. Take your calls outside as best you can. Try and respect the speakers. At the end of each short session, there will be time for questions and answers. That's probably the best time to speak out. There will be breaks during the day for all of that. My introductions will be brief because you have the speakers' CVs and time is really of an essence this morning in particular, a bit more time this afternoon. So without further ado, can I now introduce the Vice-Chancellor of the University of West London to open the session for us, Mr. Peter John, CBE. Thanks very much.
Welcome everyone. I have to use this because we've been zoomed apparently. Otherwise, I wouldn't use it. I'm told there are people here from 6 different countries. Is that correct? People sort of nodding and sort of yes, no, maybe. Depends what you mean by a country. But I believe 6 different countries. So welcome from wherever you've come. And I'm sure it's going to be a brilliant day. Now, just briefly, the history of policing in this university goes back a long way. It started 40 years ago, roughly, in our law department with criminology attached to it. And then we grew forensic science, etc. We now do a lot of research in cybersecurity and a lot on gang culture, which is a fascinating area. So we do lots of different things around policing and crime. And added to that, of course, has been the Institute for Policing Studies, which is fairly new to the institution. A few months, I believe, just a few months. And it came, of course, on the back of a large contract with Babcock International to carry out various credentials and various qualifications for serving police officers in the Met. And all that was started by Professor Marcia Worrell. Sadly, Marcia died 9 months ago, roughly. And it was a very, very sad day because she's been instrumental in setting up the institute and the contract and everything else to do with policing in the university. So a sad loss. So much of today will be in her memory, which is still quite close to us, obviously. So today, I believe there's going to be a range of activities, and I'm sure you'll all engage in different ways. And then to round it off tonight, there will be a formal reception around 6 o'clock. And that reception will allow you to network and eat what is very, very good food in this university. We were University Restaurant of the Year a few years ago, so you'll really, really get some good food, if nothing else. So at that point, I'll say enjoy the day, and I think we've got some others about to arrive. So good luck, enjoy your day, and I'm looking around to see anybody in uniform, because when I do, I panic slightly. They're all at the front, so I feel quite safe. So good luck and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, and again, thanks for making the university so welcoming for us all today. Ladies and gents, the theme of this conference is loosely the effects of COVID on policing, and in particular, the relationship between police and community. But our speakers aren't tied to that theme, but it will be a recurring theme. It's also about change, and one of the big changes in UK policing is the introduction of policing degrees, if you can put it that way, which the university here is at the forefront. So it's also about change in policing, and COVID has perhaps accelerated some of those changes. And somebody who's been at the forefront of change, certainly in policing, with the advent of direct entry, is our first speaker of the day, who's here really to welcome us, Chief Superintendent Peter Gardner. Peter was, until Friday, the BCU commander for West Area, so a large chunk of West London in which this university sits. And Peter has been a great friend of the London Policing College and the university in pushing forward a lot of the things that we're going to talk about today. But Peter has fast become the Met's Mr. Fix-It, so he has now moved across into a new command, really around detention and the way the Met manages prisoners and where prisoners are processed and so on. So another huge challenge for Peter. A hugely interesting background in his own right, but I'm not going to steal any of his thunder. So Peter, the floor is yours. The mic is yours when you can stand behind the lectern. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Honored guests, colleagues, it's a pleasure to be able to address you today at this, the third International Police Education Conference. This is also the first year where our policing recruits are coming through the police, I think it's Police Education Qualifications Framework, which is quite a mouthful, or policing degrees, or the PEQF, as we've started calling it. So we're embarking on a new era for policing, an era of consistency and of accreditation, backed by solid qualifications. It provides a standardized approach to officer development and training, will help officers reach their potential and recognize the professionalism and capability that our officers operate at. For millennials and Generation Z, or for those of you who subscribe to such notions, the idea of spending an entire career in a single occupation or for a single employer is a very alien one. Policing is less likely to be a job for life, less likely to be a lifelong vocation. Traditional policing careers are less likely to be attractive to these generations. If we are to attract the brightest and the best, those that will carry our organizations forward long after you and I are hopefully enjoying a well-earned retirement, we have to adapt and change. We have to have an offering that is compelling, that will continue to attract the very best. I believe PEQF does that. It's an amazingly attractive offer. A degree, practical experience, a salary whilst you're studying, and a guaranteed job. Gone are the days of leaving university with a pile of debt and scratching around wondering what you're going to do next. It is an incredible opportunity for those who are leaving school, those who are looking for a career that is beyond the average. Importantly, police officers will obtain a recognized qualification that they can take with them in these days of a more transient workforce. The London Policing College is an integral part of delivering this, and I thank you all and the university here for the effort and determination that you have put in to making this work. I strongly believe that the introduction of PQF provides us with an incredible opportunity to bridge the gap between operational policing and academic theory. It is an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. Remembering my own days at university and some of my nights out, when as a local operational policing commander, I was somewhat apprehensive when told there's going to be a bunch of students at the university running around carrying warrant cards. It certainly gave me pause for thought. But I realized very quickly, as I found out more about the program, that my fears were very unfounded, my apprehension misplaced, and instead replaced with an optimism over the possibilities on offer. I consider first the opportunity for students, how we can work together to give them the experience of the busiest policing command in London, to develop them, to get them actively involved in our work as they study, to build a cadre of better experienced, more effective policing recruits that can really hit the ground running, to expose them to the reality as well as the theory of policing, to give them a solid foundation for their future careers. It's obvious, but the effectiveness of the services we deliver is dependent on the quality of the individuals delivering them. Looking to the future, the more experienced and qualified these officers are, the better service we can provide for London. I'm truly excited. Naturally, I also consider the benefit to us as a service, not only of well-qualified, more effective probationary officers, but the opportunities of fresh perspectives on how we do things, research and projects that we can partner on, how we can embed best practice, best evidence, and theory in all that we do. We are not an organization that can or does stand still. On the West Area Policing Command alone, we're running 5 different randomized controlled trials, 3 of which are on level 5 of the Maryland scale, for those of you of an academic persuasion. These are in the areas of hotspots, offender management, domestic abuse, recidivism, and stop and search. The need to work off best evidence, of effective and well-researched policy and practice is imperative. As we embed our practices in this best evidence, the link between academic research and operational policing needs to grow and become second nature. The theme of this conference is very much about policing through COVID-19. And if you'll allow me, I'd like to reflect on some of the key lessons I learned trying to steer my command through this unprecedented challenge over the last few years. I promise I'll try and keep it short. My first inkling of this virus emerging from China in early 2020 was when my sister visited from Hong Kong. She explained to me the challenges they were facing and the panic and alarm that this was driving through the community. To be fair, at the time, my only actions were to buy a few packets of face masks and order some gel online. But it did make me think about the preparedness of our organization. At the time, I had just finished a role as a frontline policing commander for Brexit, where I'd coordinated our response and that of London's 32 local authorities for multiple scenarios: food shortages, fuel shortages, public disorder, and so forth. I therefore naively thought that we were well prepared for the next, what I thought was really the next iteration of bird flu. However, very quickly over the next few weeks, the situation developed at an unrelenting pace. And by March, we were facing our first lockdown. The first lesson I learned was that in the absence of information, communication is key. Rumors were everywhere, and misinformation was filling a void in the absence of facts. We are often learning of developments at the same time as the public. We were hearing things when the Prime Minister was making announcements without forewarning and expected to develop strategies to adapt to that. We were scared too, but we still had a job to do. In my mind, I was thinking, if I do not know how to keep my officers and staff safe, how on earth can they keep the public safe? An early decision, and perhaps one of the best we made, was to establish a COVID cell on our BCU, headed by an experienced inspector with a team of 6 officers around him. Similarly, a COVID cell was established within our central command team, and that was reflected also in the launch of Optala at a national level, which I'm sure you'll hear more about today. The cell became a center of knowledge and reference, open doors for everybody who wanted to ask anything, providing accurate and timely information 24/7, answering queries, coordinating our activities, ensuring information was disseminated. A daily rhythm was established, and every day I sent out a briefing to all my officers and staff to be really clear about what we know, what we don't know, the facts that had been established, the protocols and policies that we needed to follow, the status of PPE, practical advice, and so forth, including advice not just about policing, but for our families and friends at home. It became a moment of clarity in a storm and wrestled control over rumor and speculation. It was not easy, as I said, as we often find about policy changes when announced on TV, but it became a beacon of reference for our officers and provided a lot of clarity and stability to our command. The second lesson was that even in the face of the most severe threat, there's opportunity to be found. As we entered the first lockdown, my key considerations were around resilience, reviewing contingency and fallback plans. What services would we as a command have to stop offering if we lost 20% of our workforce, 30%, 50%? These were considerations that we hadn't really encountered before. It was a very trying time. We were playing catch up in many senses as the situation was moving so fast. In reality, though, what we found was that demand for our services was reduced by significantly more than the expected loss of capability. This gave us a unique opportunity as we effectively had a significant increase in capacity. This was unprecedented, certainly in my short time in policing, but we did not hang around. In 2019, we averaged just under 6,000 sanction detections a month. In March, April, and May of 2020, the average was over 9,000 a month. We had space, we had time, we put the effort into doing our job. Lockdown gave criminals no place to hide, and we knew where many of them were. They were locked up at home. Our cells were never busier. In May 2020, we had just under 14,000 detainees in our cells, which is more than 1,500 above average. Arrests for drugs offences, which is often a proxy for police proactivity, almost doubled between March and May 2020. While the sun shone, we made hay. The third and clearest lesson was the need to work together across all public agencies. The bonds between police, the NHS, Public Health England, the Fire Brigade, and local authorities were tested like never before. We survived because we recognized the need to work closely together from the start. What was done centrally at a government level was reflected locally at a borough level. Bi-weekly strategic command meetings chaired by the local authority chief executive were implemented. All local heads of key services attended. Our response was collective, organized, and effective. This was mirrored by tactical meetings at an operational level, and the results were staggering in terms of partnership working. We had police officers and firefighters driving ambulances. Parking restrictions were lifted across all the boroughs for key workers. PPE, or public protective equipment, was collectively shared where there were shortages. It truly felt like a wartime effort. Bonds were forged and strengthened during this period that have led to significantly more coordination in all areas of policing and public harm going forward. The collective responsibility of responding to the pandemic bodes well for the future of partnership working across all statutory services. I'd like to leave you with perhaps the most impactful and powerful lesson I learned as a leader, and that is to never underestimate the strength of human spirit and determination that our officers and staff are capable of. Throughout the pandemic, we put ourselves at significant risk, yet we never had a shortage of volunteers for the most onerous of tasks. It came at a huge personal sacrifice. We lost colleagues to the virus. We lost friends and we lost family. Yet we never stopped putting ourselves forward. At the start of the pandemic, whilst the world collectively fought itself for PPE and we had shortages, officers still put themselves forward and went into situations without protection because we had no choice. We can't stand back. We cannot not get involved. When we needed officers to respond and to attend quarantine sites where we knew the virus was present, I never had a lack of people putting themselves forward. We established pandemic multi-agency response teams, or PMOT teams as they were called, made up of police officers, fire officers, and members of the NHS community. They responded to calls that had been identified by the London Ambulance Service as potentially COVID-19 linked deaths. It was effectively body recovery and investigation for COVID-19 fatalities. It was terrible work. Yet I never had a shortage of volunteers who put themselves forward. They attended sudden deaths in the community day in, day out, at considerable personal risk, both physically from the virus and mentally in terms of what they faced. When those we loved and cared about became ill, we rallied, we supported families, children, parents, and partners. As a police officer, I've never been prouder. We can plan and we can mitigate and we can manage, but ultimately it is human endeavor that will triumph, because every strategy, operational decision, or order is undertaken by people. People like yourselves, our colleagues, those that are prepared to sacrifice everything for the greater good. And that is the key lesson I will never forget, and one for which I will forever be grateful. Thank you very much.
Peter, never say when you go empty-handed. Something there for your new office wall from Rod and the London Policing College.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good luck in your new command.
Are you doing a presentation?
No, next speaker up. So, ladies and gents, Peter, thank you so much for that. I see now why they have made you Mr. Fix-It. Whilst we're changing the slides, our next speaker, we're delighted to have, is Assistant Chief Constable Owen Weatherhill from the National Police Chiefs Council. Owen is the National Mobilisation Coordinator. I'm sure he'll explain a bit more about that, but certainly from where I stand, he has the incredibly challenging role of coordinating all the forces throughout England, Wales and Scotland, or at least working with our Scottish colleagues. In any large major incident, he deals with resilience, he deals with civil contingencies, and I can only imagine what the pressures of the pandemic have brought on Owen and his staff. So we switch now from Peter with a localised view of life here in the west of London during the pandemic to a much more national view with Owen. So Owen, the floor is yours, your slides are up.
Thank you, Bob, and good morning, everybody. So, yeah, Mr. Fix-It's probably an apt term for me, but on a slightly broader platform, and Bob set something out for you already, which is probably why this landed in my lap. National mobilisation coordination, call it what you will, national coordination of any type, not easy, very challenging at the best of times in this environment, even more so. I am very fortunate those who've had a very talented team around me. Two of them are in the room here. They'll be staying with you for the rest of the day. If you get the opportunity, have a chat with Hannah, have a wave, and Lindy over there. They are real talents and they can tell you a lot more detail behind this. I'm just a mouthpiece. They do the legwork. So with that, I'll take you through the outline of this. I can't possibly do it justice in the time I've got. So it's going to be a very whistle-stop tour. I'll try and make sure I've got room for questions at the end. But I will make a start now. So I'm just going to frame it with these challenges because these are the key challenges that effectively we dealt with throughout. We couldn't predict all of these from the outset. We could predict some. Some are very evident from the very moment we started. The first one you'll recognise. The second one we're all pretty familiar with. But for our particular environment, think about trying to keep a workforce of 120,000 plus cops out on the street day to day to do their job, keep them safe at a time when they're anxious, they can't work from home, and they've got to interact with the public who are also anxious and worried. That became a real challenge for us. We couldn't access national stock anywhere else. We had to build our own supply chain. That was Hannah's job. She did a fantastic job in doing it. So much so, we went our own way. We stayed that way for many months, and we're in a really good position still because of it. There's a lot of detail around it you could go into. It's not quite as simple as buying masks, I promise you that. There was no single standard across the country. Everybody thought they got a different answer to the solution. PHE usually had a different answer. So trying to merge all that together and then convince everybody to follow one track is not easy work. And then you've got to find the stock. So at one point, I was about 50 million in debit. That's the level of the spending we were getting into just to keep our cops safe. Crime and demand shifts. We predicted we might see some. We saw more than we thought. Some were suppressed. Some grew exponentially. Some evolved and changed. The CJ system was a real pressure point for us. And at a time when we were still out there doing our business, still going out and arresting people, still needing to charge people, put them into the CJ process, the CJ process shut down. Courts closed down. Legal advisors chose not to attend police stations. And the whole process slowed right down. That was a massive challenge for us. It's still trying to get back on its feet now. The recovery program will take many months to come. So think about that in the context of what we're doing as well. And then protests and media, I'll throw in just a very quick aside. Protests became a real challenge for us for a range of reasons. One, it was suppressed during the lockdown measures. People that wanted to protest couldn't. You then saw a rise of emotion through summer last year. You'll remember the Black Lives Matter protests at a time when there were still restrictions in place preventing it. How do you square that circle? And then an emergence of, or return to, broad stream protests around a range of different causes and protest interests across the country that's carried on ever since. Trying to do that in a COVID environment is quite challenging for cops, particularly when you're under strict lockdown measures as we were at the beginning of this. So that of itself and all those other things takes into the media and trying to manage the media expectation, the media presentation of what we did. And every now and then, when you're trying to do this, you're going to make some mistakes. And we did. We put our hands up to that. But of course, that gets called out and it misrepresents some of the really hard work that our staff are doing. That's demoralising for staff. How do you keep your staff motivated? So those are just some of the big challenges. There are a lot more. So I ask you to just keep that in mind when I go through the next slide. So for those of you here that don't understand UK policing, I'm going to very briefly describe it for you. It is not a single national structure. That's why my job becomes really important. So in England and Wales alone, we have 43 forces. Most of those have a similar view in most things. I say that very guardedly. All of them are responsible to the Home Office. But in Wales, you've got a devolved administration, which sets its own law. So immediately you've got two different legal structures within the 43. Scotland and Northern Ireland completely devolved. Their own administration, their own laws being set. So trying to get a consistent approach across that, you can see immediately how challenging that starts to become. Each of those forces led by a police authority, a chief officer and some sort of governance structure, which looks different depending on which environment you're in. So you've got different interests, independence, operational independence, but a need to try and draw them all together around a single way of doing things. You've also got the politics and policy in play coming from central government. So trying to land that across those 48 different entities, all with slightly different views on things, you can see why then you need something to try and bring that together. I've touched on legislation already. So what national leadership gave us was direct access straight into the Home Secretary, to ministers. I'm conscious I'm using acronyms here that some of you won't recognise. So Home Office scientific, chief scientific advisors there, really important for us to try and understand the science and translate that into words that mean something to cops on the ground. It also gave me a seat at government gold and silver meetings held by Department for Health. That was really, really important to understand what was going on behind the scenes, because some of that was driving policy. In fact, most of it was driving policy, and it was also driving the regulations we were having to work with. And I'll come on to why that was important later on. It also meant we could turn out some slightly different products. Most forces do their own metrics on things, they measure things locally. We needed to do things in a slightly different way for this because we needed to understand the picture across the country. We needed to be able to represent that and to describe it and explain it to people, particularly to government. So For the first time, we started delivering service delivery reports every week, which was reporting on crime and incidence levels across the country. We were delivering weekly national FPM reports, that's fixed penalty notices. That's the level of enforcement we are doing of the regulations with a fixed penalty notice and a fine, and daily briefings to forces, so we could keep them up to date with new things coming out. And then the last one, and this is Lindy's specialist area, local resilience forums and partners. These are the people doing the multi-agency work at local level, trying to turn this into reality with other partners around the table, not just policing. So you can see it's a very complicated space. There's a lot of interested parties, a lot of stakeholders, and trying to just hold the ring on that and get some consistency and some clear messaging is quite a challenge. So, influencing government policy, and I'll touch a little bit on this because I think it's really important because we did a lot of this through this, and probably in a way we've not done ever before in policing. Not in quite this way anyway. So the first important thing for me is who actually holds the pen on the regulations and the policy? And in this environment, that was quite unusual. Ordinarily, you would expect that to come probably from the Home Office because they're our home department. In this environment, it all came from the Department of Health. Now, on one level, that's sensible because they are the people dealing with a health crisis. They are the lead agency for it, and that makes some sense. However, they don't understand policing. So they were writing regulations for us to apply on the ground that didn't understand the environment. So me being in those rooms, talking to Matt Hancock on a weekly basis, the team around him trying to articulate the challenges that printed for us, enabled us to head off some of those challenges and to actually make sure that issues that had already cropped up could be rectified or at least improved. I can't claim, and I don't claim to fix everyone, because sometimes it was simply too late. And there were occasions I had to say, we cannot do that. It is physically not enforceable. Those were the kinds of conversations I was having with ministers on a fairly regular basis. What helped me to land some of those points was that point around legitimacy and policing by consent, articulating what this is going to look like. Because on the one hand, you've got the challenge around what government policy wants to deliver, but the reality of doing it on the ground looks quite different. And the one thing I was always concerned about is we need a relationship at the end of this with the public. We've got to manage the crisis, absolutely. We've got to support our colleagues in the health service and other emergency agencies and other stakeholders, but we've got to retain a relationship at the end of this. And if we go overboard, we go too heavy-handed, and we just enforce because someone wants to pull the big blue lever of policing and throw cops at the problem, we could get it very wrong very quickly. So there was a lot of conversation around what this might look like and the legitimacy angle. The reason I could get some of those conversations home and achieve some of what I did is around relationships. The old adage of build your relationships in peacetime because in wartime you really need them. I can't emphasize that strongly enough. The relationships I built over the previous year in my post when it was slightly calmer, and only ever so slightly calmer, when the mucky stuff started hitting the fan, they really came into their own. I could talk to people that I already had a relationship with, and I could start to make some traction on some of these things. The other things that are really important for me, clarity of who is right to deal with what. Quite often we were seen as the default agency to go out and enforce out of a problem. Now my view and the wider MPCC view has always been the way to get through the pandemic is to encourage the public to do the right thing. Success is not a fixed penalty notice. Success is people following the regulations, following the rules, and actually keeping themselves and people around them safe. If we've got to a fixed penalty notice, somebody is not doing what we need them to do. That's failure. So whilst we need to track it, we need to understand the context of it. That for me has always been failure. So who's the right agency to engage with people at the right stage? What do they need to be doing? And it might not be us. We might be supporting them, but it might not be us. So I was really clear. We were not going to step into the frame just because it was easy. And sometimes it was a lot harder to say no, but it was the right thing to do. And that links back to the messaging there. And I'm not going to labour the point on that one. So I've already touched on some of this. You'll have sensed in some of my language, legitimacy was really important for me. Our guiding route through this was the 4 E's approach. Some of you will be familiar with it. For those that aren't, it's there. It's really simple to explain. And if you put that out there, it's really difficult to argue with the logic of that escalation process. Because ideally, we want to be at the front end of that, engaging, explaining, making sure that people understand what they should be doing. And hopefully they'll then follow what you're asking them to do. Enforcement is the last option. But if we need to go there, we will. Now that was coined from the very outset, the first set of regulations, that was what we pushed out to our staff. Every set of guidance that went out with every regulation change it was still there. It was reinforced at every opportunity. We made it really clear, so our staff will understand that top to bottom everywhere across the country. And this is where we got the buy-in. That national coordination piece I talked about, it doesn't matter if the regulations look slightly different in Wales or Scotland or Northern Ireland, because they all adopted that 4E principle. So we're all working to the same broad principles. That means no matter where you are, if you travel around the country, as many people still did need to do for work, the principles are still the same. And it's difficult to argue with that approach to doing things. And as I say, the guidance followed that through everything we put out. Our guidance from the college was always made public. It was shared with the media. We didn't make any hiding place of it. And I say our guidance, I stress that point, it's not the government guidance. They were often different. And that caused confusion sometimes, and was one of the challenge points for us with government. They sometimes wanted to nudge people into doing something that they couldn't quite do in regulation, so they'd infer that we were doing something we couldn't do. Or they would infer that the public couldn't do something that they actually could do. Our guidance stuck clinically to the regulations. And that's the only thing we worked with. And we made it really clear to our staff every time, you work to our guidance, not government guidance. Because government guidance is just that, it's no more. It is not enforceable. One of the big pluses for me through this, we set up our own ethics committee dedicated to supporting me and my team around some of the sticky issues we had to manage through the course of this process. And they were incredibly helpful. I cannot tell you some of the conversations we had. Their diversity of thought, of background and skills was what gave them the real advantage. Yeah, we were really incredibly lucky also to have a former deputy medical health professional in there from PHE who understood the science, who understood vaccinations, who understood the virus, who could give us some really insightful commentary on what some of that meant and what some of the challenges might be. We've got some really good ethical brains on there, some legal brains. So whenever we got hit with a challenge or something that was going to be a bit of a sticky one to manage or needed some navigation with government to try and get us to the right place, they were the people I leaned on. We'd have some really honest conversations, and it gave me some real strength of understanding and a strong position to go back to government and say, we're not going to do it. Here's the reasons why. We've also run it through the ethics committee, and this is where they are. It's a bit difficult to argue with that. And that helped us win a number of debates and arguments. I've lost count now. I think I've done 4 appearances at Home Affairs Select Committees and the Joint Committee for Human Rights. That's the sort of intrusion and interest we were getting in our response. That's the sort of detail that government and the laws wanted to get into to understand what we were doing, how we were doing it, why we were doing it. Wasn't all easy and plain sailing. Anyone that's ever done one will tell you that they're not the most enjoyable of experiences, particularly if you find yourself across all the newspapers the following day like I did on one of them. But that tells you the amount of scrutiny and pressure we were working under. Fixed penalty notice disproportionality data. Yeah, the first set of data we did, there's more coming. It was quite evident there was a disproportionate ratio being issued to younger people, largely men for the most part, broadly under 25 for the most part, but more of them were non-white and white than the representation of the country would suggest. Why might that be? There's a whole range of different factors for that. Some are starting to emerge now in more detail than they were. Some of that has to do with the level of enforcement going on in forces around day-to-day business. Yeah, if you take drug dealing as an example, people are still trying to sell their wares. That pushed up some stop and search data. I think the Met recently publishing data which indicates that's part of the driver for this. Because clearly if you're out dealing drugs, you're also in breach of the regulations, because that's not one of the exceptions. So you can see how there's some relationship here with other things going on. So not everything in the data is what it appears to be. But important that we're open, we're upfront about it, and we can explain it where possible. The other ones are just worth touching on. I mean, egregious breaches, what we're talking about there are people flagrantly just doing things that just shouldn't be doing. So large gatherings, raves, big parties at a time, it's absolutely clear that is the most unsafe thing to do. So did we go out and tackle those harder? Yes, we did, because we could see the risk that they presented. Mrs. Miggins forgetting to wear a mask, get off a train, and it's a genuine mistake, different case. So we're approaching things with a slightly different sliding scale on that 4E's approach. So that's the broad response. I'm going to talk briefly about this part. Unlike most things in policing, for anyone that works in UK policing, we normally think about this at the end, if we think about it at all. Recognising this was going to be a long haul, and none of us expected to still be talking about it now, I promise you that. I thought we were in this for about 6 to 9 months. I'm still here 18 months plus talking about it. But we started with the end in mind, and I deliberately put in place this recovery informed program to think about what are we learning as we go. Let's capture it now. Let's share it with forces in lifetime so they can shape and evolve their day-to-day processes and responses now, but also think about what happens afterwards, because some of this will look different. None of us know quite how it will look different, but we knew things might. So I'm not going to go through all this. You can have these slides. There's nothing here that I'm not happy for people to be given. This is a broad brush. Just breaks it down into themes really. This next one gives it a bit more flavour in a different way. So I'm not going to go through each of these. I'll summarise in a moment the key points in a second, and then I think that the benefit comes from questions at the end. But as you can see there, some very different strands of work. We've had lots of academic work. We've had consultants working with us. We've done a number of structured debriefs. We've done information sharing and sessions with people around the world. I've had more conference calls with people I can't speak the language than I can think about. Some of them have been quite unusual. Some have been quite challenging because I don't understand the language, and having to work through an interpreter makes it more challenging to try and deliver this kind of a presentation and be interactive. But the point is, we've been quite open in our approach. We've been deliberately engaging with a whole range of partners, trying to get as much out of this as we can. And some of that is now starting to kick in. It's the one area where we are now investing in posts for the next year or so to bring this to life, so that whilst we hope we're coming out of the pandemic, we've got people dedicated in my team working on how we now land this and put some of this into play for future years, for future policing. And also, if there is a further pandemic or some other crisis, we learn from it. We've got a playbook of sorts we can go back to. So the key points, I'll just summarise them here. I mean, there are lots of sub-strands, but agile working is probably one of the top ones that comes out. And it is incredible how many different places different forces are on this. Some of that is because of where they started from and their IT capability. Some of it is just simply their perception of whether it's still necessary or not. And you've literally got polar opposites. Some forces saying, actually, we embrace this. We can see the benefit here. We know it works. Our people have been incredibly resourceful. They've still been really productive. We'll carry on. There are others that have simply gone, right, back to where we were. Everyone back in. So you can see in here, there are some very different attitudes at play. And somehow we've got to navigate that and work out what's actually right and what's best, what works. And let's not lose the learning and the experience we've had, which is a beneficial one for many people. I accept that's not the case for everybody. PP we've touched on already, but we leave ourselves with a legacy position which is far better and infinitely better than it ever would have been and ever was. We've got better partnerships than we've ever had before, but there's a lot of local work that needs to be done now. And how do we build on that? LRFs in particular, local resilience forums were never designed to be stood up for this amount of time across the entire country. And they're not resourced or funded for it. So how do we prepare better for the future? And again, if you want to get into that debate, Lindy's here all day, and I'm sure she'll share some short thoughts with you on what that might look like. But we know it's an area where it could be better. And I make no criticism, they've done a fantastic job. But if we'd invested in them differently, they could have done an even better job. High-level comms, we know that's worked really well. Some of the feedback was the 4Es in particular, college guidance. So let's make sure we optimise that and follow similar patterns in the future for other types of comms where we need to get it out across the country. But our feedback from staff was mixed, very mixed. Depends where you worked, what your experience was. Depends what the local mood was like, what the local partnerships were operating like. Depending what your relationships with the local NHS were. So there's a whole range of different things in here, and that looks quite different in different places. We understand some of the granularity around that. We're working through that now. Government legislation. A number of times an evolution came along which had limited regard for whether it would work or not, or what we've just done and what we've already tried, and could simply be adapted or tweaked. So we don't need to start again from scratch all the time. Let's rework what we've got if we know it works. If it doesn't work, let's bin it. So those are some of the conversations we're going through now. So when we talk about Plan B, Plan C, for those of you in the UK that understand what I'm talking about, which are the considerations around winter planning and contingency planning, that's the message I'm giving now, is let's look at what worked and why it worked, And let's work with it or adapt it. Let's abandon things which we know simply didn't work, or just too convoluted and make no sense to people. The last two touch on the local resilience forums. Yeah, there's a piece of work at the moment to review. It's a 5-yearly review of the Civil Contingencies Act. It has to be reviewed by law. With that, there will come a new national resilience strategy. We need to learn the lessons from all of this stuff. Now, unfortunately, that's where my other national portfolio kicks in around civil contingencies, and those are the messages I'm landing there. So that's where I'm going to stop, I think, Bob. I've gone marginally over my time, but there's still enough time for questions, I think.
Scary at the same time. I had appeared in front of one of those fair select committees, and I've still got the scars to prove it. So what you must feel like after 18 months. So ladies and gents, we have 10 minutes for questions for Owen. We still have our online audience as well. I'm not sure if we can have any questions from those back. So if there's any questions, I'll bring the mic round to you simply so that we can get you picked up, the colleagues listening in as well.
Mr. President, for such an interesting and insightful presentation, not least to think about, and indeed for the very first presentation as well, for the number and scale of officers that were out there working, if the rest of us were all sat at home.
I can't quite hear you, Jill.
I was just, oh, there we go, that's better. I was saying thank you for such an insightful presentation, and also humbling in many respects as well, to think about the challenging circumstances that you and your colleagues have been working in during a very challenging period for all of us, but very much on a different scale. From previous experience, I should say, sorry, that first of all, my name is Jill Hunter and I work in the Home Office. There was a period when I worked in the Cabinet Office, mostly on counter-terrorism, but I remember the number of exercises that took place on things like a global pandemic. To what extent do you think that the exercise, the training, helped, if at all, to the situation you faced back in March 2020? Thank you.
So I've had the fortune of being on the other side of this, managing LRFs in my home force prior to the role I'm in now. So I've been through some of those planning and exercising environments. So what I say has some personal experience. It may not translate equally across the country, but from colleagues' feedback, I suspect it does. So planning and exercising absolutely adds value. That's the first point. But it only works if all of the stakeholders play the game. And one of the challenges we encounter across the country is that there are some stakeholders who are less engaged or less visible. And one of the things, so if you look at, for example, the winter flu plans that we were doing on a regular basis in LRFs and still do, the ones we struggled to get updates from were often the NHS. And they're a key part of this. So as we've seen through this, if they are the lead agency, they've absolutely got to be plumbed into some of this. And there's a range of reasons why that's happened, but that's one of the key learnings for me is, you know, you've got to have all the stakeholders around the table. They've all got to be engaged to go through the testing and exercising process if you're going to make it work and you're going to learn the lessons that you need to learn from it. In terms of planning for a pandemic, yes, we did, but I don't think anybody ever expected something of this scale, of this duration, and of this impact. And let's be honest, this is a once in a lifetime type of pandemic based on history at the moment. Let's hope none of us see another one like it, because yeah, its impacts are devastating. There's no way around it. So I don't think anybody had planned with that outcome and that scale in mind. I think they will in future.
There's another question, Jim.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much for your talk today. I work here at the university, but I'm also a special principal. So my question is about the rollout of the vaccine and the role the NPCC had in it, because my memory of it is that was one of the hardest parts when we were watching officers and DDOs getting very sick and dying over the course of the pandemic, when other staff were really prioritised for the vaccine. So I guess my question is, how was your experience of working with government to try to ensure that frontline staff got the vaccine when they should?
We haven't got enough time for this one. Right. So from early doors, even before there was a vaccine to work with, we recognised this would be a point of challenge potentially. Probably because there wouldn't be enough supply to start with, and you'd have to prioritise it, which is exactly as it unfolded as it turned out. It's one of the early conversations we had with our ethics group to discuss what our position might be on that. And on the one hand, I see absolutely, as a cop myself, I understand the need to want to protect yourself, protect your workforce, your team, to make sure they can deliver the job and they're not presenting a risk to the public. I think we can all make that argument and it stands up until you look at a limited supply and people with critical health needs who are more likely to die. And that's the debate we got into with the ethics group. And the bottom line was, while there was limited supply, we simply didn't feel that we could make a coherent argument that we should be prioritised over the weak, the elderly, and those more likely to die. And that had to be our position to start with. As supply chains started to increase, that picture started to change, and we did start to lobby more actively. And certainly when there was then a desire to roll it out to certain groups of people, we started to more actively try and seek access to the vaccine with limited success. Where things started to change a little bit is when the offer of surplus supply at the end of a day at a vaccination centre started to become made available. And we've started to see very quickly offers being made in a fairly haphazard way at a local level to officers, anyone, rather than stuff going out of date because it couldn't go back in the freezer. They'd ring the police station and say, get down here, we've got some stuff if you want it, come. And forces started to do that. So we did put a national position around that fairly quickly and basically said, look, if you're offered it, absolutely take it. Why would you allow something to be wasted that can actually provide benefit? Absolutely do that. But in doing it, here are some things to think about first, just to make sure that you haven't missed an obvious opportunity, either internally or in your environment locally, to make sure somebody else more in need, more at risk, couldn't have got there. But in many cases, the time just didn't allow to get people that were elderly infirm there. So many of our cops did take it up in that surplus programme. That wasn't universally applied across the country though. Local NHS Trust took a very different position, and it was really frustrating to see. So at one point I'd got about 900 cops in Nottinghamshire, all vaccinated. I'd got no cops in other forces vaccinated at all. So it became a very unequal picture very quickly because it was being rolled out and administered differently in different areas, and different NHS trusts had very different positions on whether they'd offer supply or not. So our position has changed through the course of that, but we've tried to maintain some consistency where possible. I wrote to Jonathan Van Tam and spoke to him personally about this on several points to try and get an agreement without success. And most of that was simply because they were trying to bring structure to it, which would look palatable to the public. And yeah, we're a small part in that. A really tricky debate, that one, and ethically quite uncomfortable for us. But certainly in the early stages, we just didn't feel we could make that coherent argument while there was limited supply chains. It did change later on, though.
Thank you for that, Owen. Any other questions, ladies and gents? I'm sure there must be. Behind you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherall. Mark O'Donoghue from the Joint International Police and Public Home Office. In relation to partnership effectiveness at a local and national level, you've obviously done an exceptional job. The evidence is quite clear in respect of how they hit this pandemic. And you said it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, which obviously we don't have to suffer again. How important is the international engagement and the international learning from a policing experience important to you for your recovery before going forward for the future?
It's really important. I mean, and from the early stages, we've been part of that. So, I mean, some of the countries we've engaged with from a very early stage were those when we were in the midst of our first wave, we were sharing some of our experience of trying to respond to that to countries that hadn't yet hit that. So South America, Brazil in particular, we're trying to understand that. If you look at what's unfolded there, they've obviously got a different environment to work with. I'm not sure they took on board everything that we shared, but then, you know, their environment is different to ours. But we were certainly trying to share what we had learned, but equally learn from others that had different experiences. So Israel, for example, had a very different experience with vaccine rollout and compliance. We wanted to understand what they'd done and how they'd done it. So we've had bilateral conversations with them. More recently, talking to Australia, they've had a very different experience again. They've had far more limited outbreaks. Their real concern is coming out of a national lockdown that's been quite extreme and very long, and with no international travel, what does that do to crime at the end of it? So there's a lot of learning here both ways, and we are trying to be as plumbed into that as we can, to share what we can so that we all benefit from it. I know through networks you're plumbed into, some work was done through the Asian network as well. So I mean, I'm just touching on some that we've talked about here, but you can see this is a global response and it's a global learning exercise. That's how we approach it. And I know Sarah, who leads the Reform and Recovery strand for me, that's her approach too. Yeah, there's learning here for everybody. We're not precious about what we share with who and what we learn from who. So it's, open ears and we share what we can.
Thank you, Aaron. Just one last question, if I may.
Mr. Weatherall, David Clark, Chairman of the Fraud Advisory Panel. Very interested in what you were saying about agile work, how we've changed now, and this flexibility, very refreshing to hear that. And I think your officers across the country do a superb job, including working remotely. Mine's more about this, what happens next. One of the things that I've been asked quite a bit about, interested in perhaps some home office over coffee or something, is in our remote working, something's really rocketed, particularly since lockdown. People have raised about this thing of road traffic and pollution, in particular, whether the police, and I think when you were saying about who's the best person to deal with it, we've approached a number of forces about enforcement of things like, all your boy racers, all these high performance cars and bikes. You go through the city along the West End or country roads, massive abuse of illegally adapted bikes. And one of the things that police are saying is that's more an issue for the insurer, not a small fixed penalty notice. Is anything being doing on the national level with engaging insurers to say you should be looking at this because you've got false representations and fraud around insurance policies? Those supercars and bikes can take off the road instantly. But it doesn't seem to be, that's causing havoc to a lot of people in lockdown.
Yeah, so I don't know the detail. This one sits more in the road policing portfolio because it affects their core business. So I know they have been looking at it. I know they've been engaging conversations with government, with local authorities. It is one that needs a bit of a cross-cutting approach because there's no one person that's going to fix this. There are lots of solutions that have worked across the country in different ways. But in terms of what's the preferred method, I can't tell you that. I don't know because I'm not linked into that piece of work, but it's certainly an active conversation. But we can link you up with the roads policing portfolio and probably they're a better place for you to get the answer you need.
Thank you for that. Again, fascinating, and I think on behalf not just of everybody in the room, but everybody up and down the country, so thank you for you to take on probably one of the biggest challenges in policing ever, probably, and to do it for 18 months and still be going out to testimony. And I think some of the issues will be picked up this afternoon. I'm delighted that Anna parted on it. So don't go away empty-handed. I'm sure after 18 months, that's what it is.
Thank you very much.
So thank you. Thank you. So just one more speaker before a break, ladies and gents, and I'm delighted to introduce my vehicle on the group, the Superintendent for the Swedish National Police, National Crime Advisory in Sweden. Fascinating speaker. I've only ever seen her on team and Zoom calls. I'm delighted that she's here in reality. But also for the London Policing College, what Margaret has brought to us. She's a very senior member of the Executive Board of the International Police Association. And she has introduced us to colleagues in so many other countries around the world through her RPA networks and helped us in the college grow and develop networks around police education. So fascinating. Margaret, welcome.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone in the room, and good morning, everyone on the Zoom, or whatever time you got. I'm very pleased to be here in London for the first time since, well, actually February 2020, and you know the background to why we couldn't travel. So hopefully I can bring something new to you on behalf of the Swedish Police and the International Police Association and the International Education Center of Gimborn in Germany. I represent all these three today, but however, I will speak firstly a bit shortly about the workshops we had during October, and a summary of that. We looked at how the education had been changed for police cadets and also further training in policing, and it was a mutual agreement, I would say, that we all had to move online, and we keep on doing this today, even more than we ever did before. And we learned through the pandemic how to deal with the online training. Another thing that also happened was that we looked at different kind of crimes and how they started to change over this time. And what I'm going to present today is the latest from my own country, and also give a little brief overview international as well. So we will look at the misconception that the number of crimes is increasing, and also how this affects our leadership, both political and also in policing. So there are a number of questions that need to be answered. I'm not sure about it. I will give you the total answer of today, but at least you can have a little thought around it. Because we get facts in what is called a Swedish Crime Prevention Council from them every year in a survey that is handed out to quite a large number of citizens of the country. And we also need to know why there is a citizen misconception that the numbers of crimes always is increasing, and how this affects the Swedish police and law enforcement, of course, and authorities at all when it comes to the legal authorities. And also what will happen the day we can open the communities back after the pandemic. So the first question we will look at this survey, very briefly through it. It's conducted more or less every year. It used to be a paper version from the very beginning, moved over to be paper and telephone. And now due to the pandemic, it's also now on paper or online. And about 200,000 citizens are approached in the age group from 16 to 84 years. And 74,000 did answer, and it's based on their answers, all the facts that I will give to you. You will have online, it's a possibility to go into the Crime Council and look at the kind of summary in English as well, if you would like to read further on to this, how it is in my country. So interesting is that for 2021 in this one, 20.2% of the population saw themselves as victims of crime or any kind of offense. And it is a decrease comparing to the years before. And particularly if you look at 2019, just two years back in time, it has been a decrease that is notable, but still people believe there is an increase of crime. And this is self-reported. So we can't look at the same figures if you look at what is reported to the police, because the police are the ones that take all the reports that are claimed to be a crime that is committed against a person or a property, whatever it is. But when you self-report, you will see there is a decrease in crimes. One explanation could be that when we look at these facts is that we changed our pattern. In many countries around the world, we had a lockdown. Different times, sometimes just a few weeks, other times it been several months a lockdown. In Sweden, we had no lockdown. We had recommendations to work from home if possible. We had recommendation to keep the social distance, of course. And we also had the recommendation to not gather together with other people. So we spent more time out in the forest, out walking, hiking, whatever it was on every free time. But we could freely move around the country. We had for a short time a restriction to keep ourselves within our health service area, and that's a county, and the counties are very large compared to the UK counties. So I would say I could travel 250 kilometers one way, and I still would be within my own health service. And I could travel another 220 kilometers, and I would still be within my area. We can also say that this is a temporary nature, of course, because we believe that we are heading out from this COVID-19 over and over again, and we see the new wave coming in. Of course, now we're facing the fourth one in some of the countries in the world, and other countries are facing the second one. So it depends on where we are at the moment. However, we can also see it's a break of the normal trends, and the pandemic made this break in the trends. There have been, of course, limited opportunities to meet and socialize due to the recommendations also in Sweden. We had lockdowns in the neighbor countries, and we had closed borders as for many other countries around the world. But still, we could move, and crimes could be committed. We got a reduction in crimes. We could see an increase when it came to crimes online, that the criminals use the internet more frequently than ever before. And the issue went to be that we also spent more time on the internet. We could see that those born during 1950s, 95% of the population spent time every day on the internet during the past 18 months. And that's a survey that was presented yesterday. So I couldn't bring this into my presentation on today, but I can tell you that obviously the people from the 1950s, I'm myself born during the 1950s. So I know the frequent of time that I spend on internet to find information and also to work. And when I'm logged on, I'm still will be on internet, and I can be a target. And this is also one of the things that people are extremely afraid of, to become a victim on the internet, because they don't know really how to protect themselves. So the self-reported, we could see that it was a decrease, and we in general could see a reduction in crime. So why is there still then a fear of crime? And if you look at it, we can see that people mostly are seeing themselves as being victims of crime, even though there isn't anything. It's just by history. You go back and you think that something happened 20 years back, a murder, for example, and you still will remember it was something really upsetting in your life, and that particular address will always be presented as the place where someone was murdered, or a robbery of the bank. We still speak about a small town in Sweden where we had 3 bank robberies at the same morning. And this town went to be famous because 3 years later, they had 2 bank robberies at this little town too. So this is the place where they always rob the bank. So if you go back now, 17 years later, and you go into a coffee shop, people will speak about this. And that's the way we look at our world around us. And it's also how the media is reporting everything to us. When this survey looked at it, the situation of today, they had also to decide that we need to approach a random sample of another 10,000 people to look more deeply into why we look at ourselves as being victims of crime, the fear of crimes, and what is behind this. And this will now be conducted during the November and into December. So hopefully we will get the answers fairly quickly in the beginning of next year. I normally think that people are quite sure about that they know what is reported, but the fear of crime, if you look at the picture over here, you can see that a small little boy could end up to be the big fear, depending on how we look at them and how we believe what they are carrying around. This is also a problem also for us as police officers, when we work around most of the time. Well, we could see when it comes to fear of crime that there is a larger number of women afraid when it comes to crime. It's not a big increase, but still it's an increase above what men. If there's 81% of the women that are afraid of crime, it would be 78 when we talk with men. These figures are very close to each other, but still we know that women are more likely to be afraid, and they are more likely to change their behavior in daily life. They avoid to go out certain hours, they avoid to go to certain addresses that might be something that they are afraid of. And I'm not really sure something is why they are afraid of these places. And this is also one of the things that we as police need to work quite frequently with when it comes to other stakeholders. We can also see that the age group 16 to 84 been more victim of crime and are more afraid of crime when it comes to the internet, as I mentioned earlier. When it comes to reported crime in Sweden, well, we normally say that this is a country with low figures. We're 10.2 million inhabitants, and it's 1.57 million crimes reported during a year, and this is the number for 2019. We could see a slight increase of 1% for 2020. It's not a large number when we look at the big increase of the citizens in the country, or people living in the country. We had a major increase of the population 2015 until today due to the immigrants and the big flow from a lot of countries around the world. And we didn't increase the number of police officers, but we increased the numbers of citizens in the country. And if you look then, if you think about that, we moved from 9.8 million to 10.2 within very short time. The increase of number of crime is not a warning sign to anyone due to this. We could also see that we had a drop when it comes to reported crimes when it came for fraud, for example, a -11%. And we also had a small increase of theft, 3% during this time. And when it comes to different kind of theft, of course, this went to be moved from normally properties where people live to properties where people normally are working, due to the fact that during the pandemic we've been working at home, so we could protect our properties in a totally different way that compared to what we could do in 2019. We had an increase of 2% of crimes that was reported against a person. This increase is not a big warning sign for 2021, but still it is. And we can see that the numbers of crimes that is increasing is the crimes that is domestic violence, and also crimes against children in their own homes. Abuses, neglect, and sexual abuses, it's a slight increase. And this we share with a lot of other Western world countries, due to the fact that people being locked in together in their homes in longer times than they've ever been before. We normally speak about the football matches in the UK, that when the team loses, the wife will be beaten up when the supporter come home because he's not happy about it. This is a joke in Sweden. I don't know if it's a joke at all to laugh about, but this is something that in research been showing. We have also seen exactly the same in my own country, that now when people are more together, this is an increase. The normal increase would be during holiday time, when you are kept together and you're not normally socializing as much with your family during the rest of the year as you do during holiday time. And this hasn't been a holiday. It's been a frightening time for many of us, and frustration can come out in violence as well, not only other kind of frustration, of course. So when it comes to misconception, as I mentioned earlier, we can see this, that this is something that is a majority of the population every year reporting in this survey when we look at it. I have been trying to look at other countries around the world and see if there is some kind of equal way of looking at crimes that is always increasing. And I found this one, the picture on your right-hand side from USA. There is a decrease in crime. There has been a slight increase in all of the crime level coming up, but still a drop the last year. The last 2 years there have been a drop. And we can also see there has been a drop also all through when it comes to property crime and also violent crimes. But still, if you speak to people in the USA, like in Sweden, they will tell you that there has been an increase. That is how they feel about it. So it might be that people are thinking about their childhood to be a very nice time. It's the golden time. Everything was very good. Everything was absolutely fantastic. And then they start to read the newspapers and look at the television, and they see all this violence reported. And from this, you make yourself to be able and to take in, and then you do not ask the questions around it. And then you will have the misconception that crimes are increasing. In general, we can say that this is the same for Sweden, for England, for Italy, for USA. And it's a global way to look at it as well, because during the pandemic, we had less restrictions in Sweden, but we could see the decrease, a slight one coming with the crimes. But this was also in the countries with lockdown. It was a decrease, but when we speak with the people, they still believe there is an increase. So the increase is domestic violence and child abuses. We had a slight increase in Sweden when it came also to group violence, what you sometimes call gang violence. This has been written in a lot of newspapers around in the world regarding Sweden with the shootings. And also we had the loss of one police officer this summer that also went to be the target during this group violence. We don't like to call them the gangs because they are not really formed into gangs. They are moving between the groups. So that's why we use the group violence term instead. We've seen an increase in Sweden also when it comes to cyber-connected crimes. But those three together do not make an increase in total of reported crime. So we had a decrease, but still we believe as human beings that there been an increase. And when you go back to your own countries and look at it, you probably will find the same. I also took out the figures when it came to murders in some of the countries. We are at the same level still as we have been in the past years, and this was also reported for 2020. Canada reported an increase, but when I went in to look at their figures, it's one more murder 2020 compared to 2019. So one murder is a big increase when you speak with people in Canada. So you need to put the question forward, what was actually the increase? In Germany, they had an increase of 3.7%. And that's basically murders that is committed in domestic violence. And you had a dramatic increase in USA, 10% increase. And that can be something that can make people quite worried about what is going on. And you can also see the reasons behind it. You got the pandemic, the protests against the police brutality. We all know about this from USA. And we also know the different regulations on guns and knives in countries around the world. So we need to find evidence-based solution. I'm not going to go through all this because you will be able to get the slides. But if we look at it, some evidence are there that we need more police officers. This is true for Sweden and England. because we are low in numbers in both of the countries. I just recently learned that they are low in numbers also in Germany comparing to the population numbers. This is what we need to have a look at. We also need to know that we need to start to use evidence-based policing like hotspot policing, problem-oriented policing. If we do not work according to what can be told what is working, we will fail and we will lose the trust in the public. There has also been quite a lot of discussions about this stop and frisk or stop and search thing. It's not an issue in Sweden. It's an issue in UK, obviously. It's an issue sometimes in Germany. It's an issue in USA. And I really don't know why it's not in Sweden, because we also got a very flavorful population as it is of today. What happened is also that a lot of programs been closed down during the pandemic. All this kind of supporting programs that used to be a possibility for those that are walking on not really solid ground was taken away due to lockdown. Of course, people do not feel well if that is also what will happen to you. In the survey, we also could look at the trust in or confidence in the police. We could see that we had an increase in the trust during the pandemic. And it was an increase of 4%. So 58% of the population feel that they got a good confidence in the Swedish police. We can also see that when it comes to be treated well by the police, 47% believe that we treat them very well. And I think that is very good figures for a country as of Sweden of today. We could also see that it's a good confidence in the public prosecutor. And we also got reasonably good confidence into the courts, 31%. This is also an increase comparing to the years before. And I think what happened during the pandemic is also that they could see that these governmental and law enforcement did their work according to what was expected. And we kept on following the same route as we had done before. We tried to implement evidence-based policing. Even though it goes very slowly, we still implement evidence policing already from the basic training and into the further training of police officers. And it's discussed on the work site quite frequently. And it also affects the prosecutors and it affects also the court, the results that it is then given out. However, when it comes to the confidence in the prisons are not as good, keep on the same level. Of course, no one would like to go to prison, so why should we trust them? But I think it's basically more about the outcome when you've been there and you will be released. What will happen? The full arrangement around that when you will be released on probation and you feel that you're not trusted any longer as a citizen and you won't get a work, you will be unemployed for a long time and so on and so on. And so the rehabilitation in the prison is not the best, even though we do our best in the country to try to do a good work when they come to this. So what will now happen when we come back to, hopefully after the fourth, fifth or sixth wave, if you read the history, you need to go through all the six before we will recover as people on the earth, and it will take time, but what will happen? Well, I'm pretty sure that we will go back to the same, what we call normal levels of crime. So what is the normal levels of crime? Well, that is when we accept that crime are committed. There is no normal way to accept crime, but still we need to accept that the crime will be committed. And as long as we are not afraid of crime, there will be a normal. The socio-economical situation also for criminals, they need to recap, of course. So we will maybe see a small increase that is shocking for us when we reopen back, but it still will go back to normal, what we can accept. and what we would like to reduce. Unemployment is something that we also will face, and unemployment also bring more crimes. We know that since before. One of the things that we need to be very clear about is how will the media report all these crimes? Because the way the media report crimes will also put us in a situation to fear crime in larger numbers than we did before. So we need to be very clear about that the media, how they choose to report, is also our way of looking at our world after the pandemic is over. Political leadership and also the police leadership. We need to change the police because a lot of things been now moving over to the digital world. The political leadership need to understand our needs within the police, that we need new talents, new skills into the police that we didn't have before. And it need to be decision that is made fairly quickly. To keep the confidence with the citizens, we also need to have a good focus on prevention and reduction of crime. And because the public itself has no interest to investigate a lot of money into crime prevention. We can see this in my country, we can see this in many countries around the world, that they would like to use the money for totally different other things than to protect themselves with a lot of equipment that they pay a lot of money for, and they can't see the needs of it fully until they are the victim of crime. So if we work together with the politicians, the police, the politicians and the stakeholders for serious, then we will find the goal, the golden time, and we will keep crime on the normal level, hopefully with evidence-based solution, of course. Question the media, validate what they write, and misconception, we need to live with it, but we also need to tell this is not the actual truth. This is the way you think it is when we speak about it. So I would like to say thank you to the audience here and the audience online for listening to me, and hopefully you learned something new today. Thank you.
Margaret, thank you. Thought-provoking as ever, and I could listen to Margaret all day long, and nice to listen to you in the flesh, as it were. We're tight for time. Are there any urgent questions? I can take a question or two, but Margaret will be one of our discussion panels this afternoon, and I'm sure we'll return to many of these issues in the course of time. Any questions now? One over here. Thank you.
In terms of mental health services within Sweden, here we see quite a lot of pressure, especially following and during the pandemic, on our mental health services, and that obviously then has a knock-on effect on policing. Is that something you're also experiencing?
Well, we also in the Swedish police got a big challenge when it comes to the mental health. We try to educate our police officers basically, and also for the training. We've been facing quite a lot of release during the pandemic of patients that been suffering from it. And of course, we had just recently a big discussion around how to predict who will be a violent person or not. We unfortunately had two cases that have really been upsetting the public due to people that have been searching for support and had basically part of it, but not fully supported. So I think this is something that we all will face due to the pandemic, but this is something that we live within, daily life. And people that normally wouldn't suffer from mental issues will be seen today because they've been locked in, and we've been having a really social interaction that was not on a normal basic. Looking at our friends on the screen without legs is very strange to us, and having flat people to hug is not the same thing either. They are very cold on the screen. So with less contact to other people, there will be more issues. And we are trying to understand and how we can police the question, but this is the health service that need to be extended. And in one of the articles, Sunday, one of the national newspapers highlighted this, that also the health service need to increase the number of people that are educated into it and can take care of people when they ask for help, because they normally walk to the hospital or the health clinic and ask for help. And we need more people that know how to support them.
Margaret, thank you. I'm going to stop it there, ladies and gents, just because of time. Margaret will be with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Fine, that's all on the So we'll take a short break now, ladies and gents. Teas, coffees, soft drinks and pastries are next door. If you've never been in with a police audience before, don't be shy in the buffet queue. Use your elbows, get to the front. Can we be back at 11:20, please? Our next speaker will be online, and I know he has a busy day over at Interpol, so we need to be fairly tight on timings, please. So stretch your legs, teas and coffees next door. See you back at 11:20. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Hi, Zoran, are you there? Just want to see if we can do this test with you.
Hi Zoran, it's Imelda from the events team at UWL. Are you available for a test on Zoom? Thank you. Hi Zoran, it's Imelda from the events team at UWL. Are you available to do a test with your microphone? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? James? Hello? Hello?
Hi, Zoran.
Hello?
Okay, great.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear him.
We can hear you nice and clear.
Okay, great.
Um,
Okay, so
Zoran, I'm just going to, oh, hang on, let's do it from here. Okay, so Zoran, I'm just going to nip down to the hall and check that it sounds okay down there.
Okay.
Do you want me to put him as a main host on the imagery?
We'll do it in a
So shall I stay up
not
here?
quite yet. No, don't worry about it yet. So it's holding.
So shall I stay here?
You just wait with me for a minute, just in case.
Yeah. If you see Michael Coker on your way down, can you just tell him I'll be down?
I'm going to do some stuff here as well. We can both go down in a second. Right, so can Zoran still hear me? Or?
Zoran, can
yes,
you hear
I
us?
can hear. Yes, I can hear
right.
Clear and loudly.
Okay. I'm just going to mute.
So just one info. There will be another speaker, Professor Alison Wakefield, before me. I'm correct?
No idea, I'm afraid, Zoran.
Sorry, what did you say, Zoran?
So there will be another speaker before me, Professor Alison Wakefield.
If that's the way, if that's the schedule, then yes. Did they say before did they say before we went to the break that it was Zoran speaking next?
No.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So Professor Allison will be the first speaker after the break, and then I will continue with my presentation.
Okay. Can you just mute yourself there a second?
James, can we check something? James?
Hi, Zoran, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, but I can hear you from afar. So while you were reading my short bio, I will turn on my camera. My camera will be on, but then I would suppose to check something. If I'm turning off the camera, could you please just tell me what is the quality of the sound that you're receiving?
Okay, we'll do yes.
What about now?
It
How we-
sounds
yeah.
it sounds fine coming through the
Sounds better?
yeah, through laptop speakers. We've got it at the moment. I'm just going to put it through the. I'm just going to put you over the PA.
Okay. So, yeah, while you will be introducing me, my camera will be on, and then when I will sharing the presentation, I will turn off the camera.
Okay, sounds fine.
So you can have a better sound.
Uh-huh. Okay, Zoran, would you be able to just give me a quick sentence? I've just adjusted the EQ on your output.
Okay, no problem. So what about now? Can you hear me now loud and clear?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I'm going to mute you again now.
Excellent. Okay, and I will mute myself as well, and I will turn off the camera.
I'm on for a second. Sorry, Zoran, what was that? I missed that.
Say it again, please.
So I missed what you said just then. So would you repeat the last thing you said?
I said that I will mute myself and then I will turn off my camera.
Oh yes, okay, marvelous. Yeah, we're all good. So thank you.
Okay, and I will be in touch. Yeah.
Teams meetings, we've all become adept at this, haven't we? We'll sit and we'll kind of work out what happens. Zoran, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Zoran, fantastic. I've just briefly introduced you, Zoran, as being from Interpol, working there in bioterrorism. We have an online audience, but we also have 50 or 60 people here at the University of West London. We've had some interesting speakers this morning on the topic of COVID and the impacts of COVID within the UK and a Swedish perspective from my Brit. We're now fascinated to hear what you've got to say within your role of bioterrorism at Interpol. I've heard you speak, Zoran. Everybody else here is now itching to hear you speak for us. So without further ado, Zoran, the floor is yours. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for inviting me. And I'll be sharing my screen so you can just confirm me that everything is settled. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. We've got the large screen, that's it. We now have that screen and we still have you in the top right-hand corner, Zoran, so just be aware of that.
Okay, so can you see the presentation and only the slide?
Yeah, we have your Interpol slide, Interpol Bioterrorism Prevention Unit.
Okay, that's great. So first of all, thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm very glad that you invited me for this conference, and you're really touching the interesting topic, what this pandemic actually done in the past period, and what was the influence in our life, in the security, and in our future, and what is our next reality. I will talk briefly about the Interpol Bioterrorism Prevention Unit. And just for your information, Interpol Criminal Police Organization is also known as Interpol, and it's the world's largest international police organization with 194 member countries as of 2018. We are headquartered at Interpol General Secretariat in Lyon, but also we have a research and development facility at the Interpol Global Complex for Innovation in Singapore and several other regional bureaus around the world. Interpol is a permanent contact with all member countries through the respective national center bureaus, and also its official point of contact with all national law enforcement agencies. We also offer member countries a range of police capabilities to support and enhance their transnational investigation. Just to give you a brief overview where we are located, the Bioterrorism Prevention Unit, or BTPU in short, is a part of Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear Explosive Subdirectorate, which falls under the big umbrella of our Counterterrorism Directorate. Briefly, just for your information, Interpol Bioterrorism Prevention mandate is to support Interpol's global law enforcement community through an interagency approach to execute duties related to prevention, preparedness, and respond to biological incidents, in particular, the misuse of biological agents by non-state actors. So we are operating, and our work is concentrated around 4 pillars. And you can see on the slide, those 4 pillars are police data management, analysis, global network access, and specialized expertise. Just to give you a short overview about those 4 pillars, the police data management is a mainly case that countries share information on biological threats with the selected partners, which likely does not capture a complete global snapshot of the threat. So that's why we are here to provide this global perspective, and BTPU is to leverage the Interpol's core tools and services to collect and manage biological incident-based data and personal data, including the biometrics, related to individuals and their networks involved in the illicit acquisition, manufacturing, and use of biological materials and dual-use equipment. In the pillar of analysis, we are given a dynamic nature of the global biological threat, constant analysis of incoming data, And of course, BTPO is conducting a frequent analysis of Interpol databases, criminal analysis files, and national capability assessment to produce Interpol notices and diffusions, as well as strategic strategic and operational intelligence products. These are then provided to Interpol's global law enforcement community to support the national law enforcement action, especially when it comes to tackling with the biological incidents. The third pillar is about the global network access, and that at the national, regional, and international level. Effective biosecurity is shared responsibility. And with the law enforcement as a key stakeholder and interagency approach, in particular, send health services and other stakeholders informed that may be helpful for law enforcement to conduct its duties and vice versa. Therefore, Bioterrorism Prevention Unit provides the law enforcement community which has an access to extended network through its work. In the last pillar, where I will talk about more later about what kind of activities that we are conducting, just a few words about this. Given the unique nature of the biological threat, law enforcement agency must be specially trained and equipped in order to prevent, prepare, and or to respond to incidents in a safe and secure manner. That's why, together with the external experts from a range of disciplines and professional backgrounds, provides the specialized expertise to build this capacity to train and to conduct cross-border information sharing, engaging the investigation, and also to support the law enforcement objectives in a compliance with the international best practices. Bioterrorism Prevention Unit further leverage is specialized expertise to provide operational and investigate support to member countries when it's needed. And also it includes a deployment of the Interpol personnel on the request of the member countries that when there is some incident, they could ask for the support, and this investigation team or the support team will be deployed there and support its operation. On the next slide, I would like to talk about the police data management, and one of our core services that we are providing to member countries are the notices and diffusions, but also we also share the intelligence notices. The third bullet point is our Interpol biological incident platform, which is under creation, and I will talk about on the next slide, where you can see that currently our unit is working to establish this biological incident analysis platform, and where this platform will collide all data that coming from the big data provider, open source data, institutional partners, and member countries. Then all those data will be analyzed by the Intel cell in our unit, and then we could issue an early warning notification, and also providing to our member countries and the national law enforcement agency a data visualization in regards to biological incidents. Regardless, they could be natural, deliberate, or accidental. On the right side of the slide, you can see our watch list. It's a list of biological agents from category A, B, and C, and also includes the toxin as well. On the next slide, I would like to talk about what we have conducted in the past period, especially how to support member countries in terms of dealing with a pandemic. So we, in March 2020, we have published the guidelines for law enforcement. It's a guideline publicly available, and it's on English, French, Arabic, and Spanish. And we developed these guidelines to support law enforcement community dealing with all these challenges during the pandemic. Also, as a unit, we also organize a series of webinars that we conducted in the different regions and also around the globe, and providing a specialized specialized posters that give them a clear SOP and SOIs in terms of how they could in a safety manner conduct the investigation or deal with the investigation. Also, on the other part of the slide, you can see the reports that were published, especially the analytical report, and all crimes that were captured in this period, and what was the reason of having the impact of a pandemic on the crime area. This report is restricted, but the rest of the guidelines are publicly available. And after the presentation, I could send to Karen and could share with the participants. On the next slide, I would like to talk about specialized expertise that we are possessing in our unit, and I will talk about the expertise that generally it's crafted on the prevention, preparedness, and response. So, Biotourism Prevention Unit generally craft the program strengthening the country's capacity in 3 areas, which I already mentioned: prevention, preparedness, and response against the biotourism. So, to identify the areas of future development, we mainly focus on information sharing, raising awareness, risk assessment, and strategic planning, responding to natural outbreaks, as well as keeping an update on the technology for the criminal purposes. So I will go one by one to explain about what we have conducted as a training in an area of the prevention. On this slide, you can see the Project Pandora that we conducted. This is Darknet investigation training course, which equips law enforcement officials and cybercrime officials with the necessary skills, software, and procedures how safely and securely to access to Darknet, to investigate, navigate, and intercept the communication on Darknet, and also to recognize the intention of the non-state actors to do illicit trade on biological materials and dual-use equipment. This project also, it's a global recognized project that, as I already mentioned, it's a unique activity that we have developed and we deliver as a training to our member countries. On the next slide, the preparedness, I will talk about Project BioSafe, which is a project who is concentrating on the biosafety and biosecurity capabilities to ensure the sustainability of the member countries in this part, making sure that we are capturing the biocrime and biotourism preparedness, developing the national strategies to the outbreaks and pandemics, and multi-agency coordination. On the next slide, I would like to talk about the response. And the response, we have the Project Vector and Project Rhino, which is those two trainings are concentrated in terms of training expertise of the operational excellence, how to collect the samples and leading the chain of custody. And the Project Rhino is about the response capability, hazard assessment, identification control, and national coordination. So these are the 3 elements that I would like to mention here, and also making sure that when there is a request from the member countries, we could always support and send expertise on the ground, making sure that we could support member countries when it comes to the biological incident, whatever it will be natural, deliberate, or accidental. So that's why in this part, we are very keen of having a good partnership with all the stakeholders that are relevant in our work of play work, especially having a lot of international stakeholders like World Health Organization, World Customs Organization, NATO. Then we have the FBI, Sandian National Laboratories, French Police, CDC, UNODC, and the rest of the stakeholders that play a key role in the biosecurity. Few words about the international partnership. It's about training and the project that we are currently doing, especially enhancing the health services and the law enforcement cooperation. then building the resilience against agroterrorism and agrocrime. And the last activity that will be conducted later this week, it's in a partnership with the World Customs Organization. It's a training about the dual-use material awareness workshop for law enforcement and border police. Going further, I also would like to stress the trainings and the products and publication that we are providing from our side, especially the guidelines that we are providing. It's a biotourism incident pre-planning and response guide, and the other guideline, that operational guideline that we provided is investigating biological and chemical terrorism on Darknet, and as I previously mentioned, the Interpol watch list that we are having. Also, we have some training videos that are shown here. It's a training video about biological crime scene training video, putting on and putting off the personal protective equipment, and of course having a short and basic video on biosafety. So with that, I would like to thank you for all your attention. I hope that I captured the time frame that you devoted for my session. In a nutshell, this was the mandate from Biotourism Prevention Unit, and I'm available for your questions. Thank you very much.
Zoran,
over to you.
Zoran, thank you so much. Remarkably disciplined this morning. I know Zoran can speak for hours on that subject. I hope we have some questions in the room for Zoran. There's one over here, Zoran, just stay with me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like to know more about bioterrorism in general, if you can.
Can you specify in which part you would like to know about the bioterrorism?
You have 5 minutes to tell us everything, Zoran. This is a test for you. So in all honesty, I think, you know, we are lay people here without any knowledge of the detail. So can you just give us an overview of what in your mind and in Interpol's mind bioterrorism is and the potential risks that we're now all facing?
Yes, I can definitely provide you a short overview on the bioterrorism and what are the actions that could be classified as a bioterrorism. So any misuse of biological materials, whatever it's a bacteria, virus, or toxin by non-state actors or lone actors to cause any harm on human, plants, or animal is classified as a bioterrorism. So bioterrorism as a nature has a unique approach. This kind of unique approach requires a lot of preparation, especially in terms of multi-agency approach, building the capacity to respond to biological incident, and of course, making sure that all the steps that are taken during the response, the people that are responding are safe and they are not exposed on any risk. So going back to the bioterrorism, also I would like to stress that each member country or each national in charge institution is doing the risk assessment in terms of biothreats. Those biothreats are flagged with the indicators, especially for the country characteristics, making sure that they are very well evaluated, making sure assessing the level of the vulnerability of the critical infrastructure, and of course, on the other hand, having the vulnerability and the probability. This risk will give the clear picture in terms of the bioterrorism threats on the national level. But what will be dependent on the other side in terms of the response and to be prepared is having not only an interagency approach, but also having this pandemic show us that it's important to have a whole government approach, making sure that all key stakeholders are around here prepared and synchronized and be coherent in the response, providing an effective approach to the scene in terms of biological incident, and of course making sure that there is no gray area in the response, that all the agency that has any responsibility in terms of bioterrorism response are present on the scene and well coordinated on the national level. So in a nutshell, this is my explanation to you in regards to bioterrorism, what are the biological threats and the risk, and what is dependent on the other side of being prepared and respond to biological incidents. Over to you.
Well, I'm not going to follow that, Zoran. Thank you. We have another question at the back of the room here.
Hi there, thank you for your very insightful presentation. Noting classification of this and sensitivity, were there lessons that have been learned from the Interpol perspective following the Salisbury incident in the UK?
So just to make a clarification, the incident happened in UK is it's in a camp area. I'm from bio unit, so I could talk only about the incidents and events that are in bio part. Over to you.
So the answer was no. Thank you, Zoran. Any more questions for Zoran? Can we look at the last question came up on the chat, I think. Can you pick that up in the IT room up there? Can you just put the question back again? There was one on the chat, Zoran. I don't know whether you...
Do we have a contingency plan for NCB? It was asked by Dr. Musaid Al-Jaran from Kuwait. So having a contingency plan, it's a national responsibility, and I believe it's a part of the national action plan responding to cyber incidents. So having a contingency plan on the national level, it's a national responsibility, as I said, making sure that all areas of cyber threats are covered, including the chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosives. And on top of this, as additional layer in this national action plan, the natural disaster response should be included as well. So going directly to the answer of this question, the answer is yes.
Thank you. So that's one yes, one no. Thanks a lot. You get your thanks there from Kuwait. Any other questions for Zoran in the room? Oh, you're allowed to ask questions, Rod. It's your conference.
Thank you, Zoran. A great presentation. What I wanted to ask was, thinking about the presentations we had earlier around the UK preparedness for the pandemic and how tested our resilience capability was by the pandemic. How well prepared do you think the world is to the sorts of issues that your unit is set up to deal with?
Yes, it's an excellent question, and it's something that we should look and we should derive as an experience from this pandemic. So in terms of where we are in the level of preparedness and what we should do in the future, the pandemics and the large-scale outbreaks can claim a lot of lives, disrupt the society, and devastate the economy. These are the direct impacts from the pandemic and the large-scale outbreaks. But working from our experience, working continuously to prepare for large-scale outbreaks and pandemics, especially to strengthening the prevention, surveillance, and the response capacity and the whole government approach, it's something that really results with the effective pandemic preparedness and response. And this is something as a takeaway that we have as a unit from this pandemic. Over to you.
Zoran, thank you for that. Any final questions, ladies and gents, for Zoran? He will hopefully be with us in the second panel again this afternoon. Zoran, thank you so much for your time. I mean, notwithstanding the subject matter in which you work, bioterrorism, which certainly for me is probably one of the, the scariest, worst threats that could be potentially leashed on mankind, either by state actors or criminals. But the reassuring bit for me is, as you were going through your presentation there, it chimed with our speakers earlier on, and it chimed with certainly my knowledge of policing. You were talking about coordination, partnerships, relationships, planning, resilience, all of the things that I think certainly the UK policing and other government partners are good at. So hopefully, with people like you working in the background with Interpol, with the work of police forces here and around the world and our online audience, hopefully we'll have learned some of the lessons from COVID and be better placed for it. So Zoran, thank you so much for your time this morning. Hopefully we'll see you again this afternoon. But I know the audience here were fascinated with you, and I'm just amazed you managed to get that subject over in such a short and erudite time, Zoran. Always a pleasure listening to you, and again, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So Zoran Zander, thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope that I capture in this time frame, in the short time frame, what we are doing and providing a flavor in terms of our training activities. And I would like to ensure that I will be with you in the afternoon session during the panel discussion.
Zoran, you're always welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gents, then our last speaker for this morning is with us live in the room. You've heard him ask a challenging question already this morning. David Clark, a former police officer in the City of London Police, specialising in fraud, public safety, counter-terrorism, and chairman of the Fraud Advisory Panel charity. So without further ado, because I know David can speak finally for himself, I'm going to consign you to the back there because you need to speak to our colleagues overseas. David, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, lovely. Thanks very much, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I was actually going to join you from the United States via Zoom, but everything changed, so I'm back here, and it's much nicer to be here than travelling on flights. How do you follow that last one? I'll give you some of the impact. We talked there about how was the UK, how was the world prepared for COVID. And I think you're hearing we did some sensational work. It was like a war footing. I'll tell you what some of the things we did and how the pandemic helped with impacts on fraud. And I would start by saying there is something coming. There's a tsunami of fraud coming. A huge amount of fraud is coming our way, which you'll have seen in the press is starting to emerge now. And HMRC, the Revenue and Customs in the UK, have started to talk about how much of this stimulus money was meant for honest companies has actually gone to criminals. And what I'll talk about is how my charity worked to try with partners to try and protect the UK. And I'll also link into how people and AI, artificial intelligence technologies, there are some gaps we need to fill. I can't give you all of this, but you've actually got Professor Alison Wakefield talking this afternoon, who is a fantastic resource and expert on this subject. She'll talk to you about some of these things, but I'll touch on them to give you an idea, because it's almost too late. If we don't start now, it's almost too late. And this is serious because I know speaking at coffee, speaking to other people, this threatens democracy. Criminals are threatening democracy. Let me explain why in this quick canter through. First of all, who are we? The Fraud Advisory Panel, we are a charity. I was a policeman for 1,000,000 years before many of you were born. I retired from the City of London Police. I was actually a military policeman before that in the Royal Air Force. But what our job, we're volunteers, I'm a volunteer, we're an independent voice. Please join us, go online, join us. It costs next to nothing to be a member. And we also have a future fraud professional, which I would love to invite our cadets to come along and join. Join the fraud fight, join the cyber fight. You are our future. So please look at what we're doing on there. We collaborate, we influence, and we're independent. We do lots of research. What does that mean in the time of a crisis? I'll show you. All of you here, whether you have been in law enforcement or been in the military, you've all seen what happens, and bad things escalate very fast. This is a slide I used to use a couple of years ago when I was teaching with the OSCE in the United Nations in Europe. I used to do some police training there. And they're all things that I policed actually in my career. Up the top there is when I first joined the City of London, I was working with the Metropolitan Police on the poll tax riots, which was a peaceful protest that turned very violent. I thought I'd left Northern Ireland and the violence, and we had bombings in London. Fascinating to hear the story there of Sweden. You know, were things worse before? Were they better? Actually, look at these pictures. We had some very dark times in the United Kingdom, very dark times. Some of the things we're seeing today are nothing as dark as we had before. Doesn't mean they're okay, got terrible fraud, but look at some of those bombs. And even the anti-capitalist riots in June 1999, 7/7 in London, the horrific slaughter of innocent people on the transport system. But also not forgetting that under all this, criminals need money to operate as fraud. They need dirty money. They need to move that money through international systems. And London, the City of London, is the centre of financial services around the world. And that's why fraudsters and money launderers love London. That's why you have big cars, big houses, big everything. That's why you have corruption. And we've got to watch it because it leads to those other things. And before the pandemic, here were some figures from PwC and others. We had lots of things. Computer misuse offences were very big. The college has done lots of great work on this, has expertise. About a third of respondents in a survey said that bribery and corruption were widely happening. There were 3.6 million fraud incidents. Half of those were cyber related. About 40% of all crime now in the UK is fraud. Lots of people will have been victim of fraud if you haven't been already. And you know, fraudsters were stealing billions before. What's happened is during the pandemic, there was a great opportunity, as you know, in a crisis like in the bombings at Westminster Bridge and Manchester. The criminals see this as a great opportunity. Hurricane Katrina in the United States was a great opportunity. They set up fake websites. So we knew what was going to happen. And one of the things I did as chairman of the charity, we have a great network. We went into lockdown. My own company, I'm a director of a Queen's Award-winning company. I left that, came into my charity, and we brought together 75 partners, including Cabinet Office, City of London Police, Law Society, lots and lots of others, international chambers of commerce, to start sharing information. And we were sharing actionable intelligence on crime. But rather than me tell you it, I'll give you my AGM. I've got an avatar here. This is one of the products that my company works on. Here was the avatar, which my charity seems to think is better than me. You'll probably agree. Can we play this? Is this possible to play that? Can we do that? Or do I need to press something else? No? I don't know if we are. No? Not able to play that? Okay, use the link. Yeah, got it there.
My name is Michael Cross.
That's not me.
Yes, that deadline went on forward to another financial matters.
1 AGM of the Fraud Advisory Panel. I am the avatar of Chairman David Clark. He's in the physical office today, but wanted me to speak. Today, powerful AI technology like me can help keep millions of people safe, and there is more innovation coming. However, the information, source, and the digital platform it appears on must be trusted, secure, and verified, like me. I'll repeat that in Spanish.
Hoy en día, la tecnología y como yo puede ayudar a proteger a millones de personas y van a seguir llegando más innovaciones. Sin embargo, la información, la fuente y la plataforma digital en la que aparece deben ser fiables, seguras y deben estar verificadas, como yo.
When the pandemic hit last year, corrupt people weaponized the internet and have stolen billions of pounds, making this potentially the biggest fraud in history. With your help, we rapidly mobilized the counter-fraud community. Within hours of lockdown, we united over 70 partners from the public, private and third sector under the banner of the COVID-19 Fraud Watch and began sharing live intelligence on emerging threats that were acted upon. This was a partnership of trust and included Cabinet Office, City Police, Department for International Trade, the Charity Commission, International Chambers of Commerce, and our founding partner and backer, the ICAEW. It was an honour to lead this group whose messages went global and stopped people falling victim. They identified fraudsters and provided solutions. That's a loud voice for a charity with just 2 staff working from home. This year was also packed with webinars, consultation responses, interviews on television and radio, letters to ministers and the Auditor General, and a virtual fraud training programme for the ICAEW Members Help Desk. We even ran International Charity Fraud Awareness Week, and will do so again. I give my heartfelt thanks to Mia Campbell and Zara Fisher for their superhuman powers, and to you for backing me in this time of danger. And to my company, family, friends for their love and tolerating my odd modus operandi. Our emergency action was unprecedented and visionary. We are the world's corporate memory for fraud matters, but we are not a history library. We are a smart factory producing solutions, solutions, and solutions that work to protect society now and tomorrow. Our world needs our help. Millions of companies remain on life support, and some may not make it. Bad people will destroy them if we do nothing. I know that our brilliant board, you, and our super bright future fraud professionals will never throw in the towel. You are made of steel. As my 12 years as a volunteer trustee with the panel ends, I have a charity challenge for you. Please continue to support the panel so together we can protect the nation and empower those who will one day protect us when we can no longer fight. Join us, sponsor us, give us a grant, leave us a legacy in your will. Few of us will live for 100 years, but the good you do in life can live forever, with or without an avatar. Thank you.
It's very kind of you. It's much better than me, isn't he? And speaks all these languages. I struggle with English. But on a serious point there, the use of technology is very relevant in that the criminals, you heard, during lockdown were very busy and they've used this as an opportunity to try so many things. We've got to use technology, reverse that and make sure that we are able to stay ahead of them.
Are you back into your presentation?
I am, yeah.
There you go.
Lovely, thank you. So just a little bit of what we did and then where we're going next and what I think all of us ought to be looking at. Our work was we ran for 6 months, did letters to the Chancellor. This was right at the beginning of lockdown. Bear in mind, we've got hundreds of years of experience within our ranks across sectors, not just in law enforcement and legal. We shared advice. We probably, on the Pursue side, we probably disseminated, I think it was about 120 pieces of intelligence to our partners, including some of the early PPE stuff, personal protective equipment, suspicious activity about things and procurement. We saw things on the dark web and public web about furlough fraud, how you actually commit crime. And what did we see? Well, it's we saw people actually using Phoenix companies, so getting old companies that were dormant, starting them up again, bringing a young, usually clean person in as a director of that company, and then backdating when they started so they could start applying for grants. Remember, this was the most generous money the taxpayer and the country has ever given out, the biggest amount of money ever. 40% of the UK's GDP quantitative easing out to the country. And criminals thought, hooray, party time. And they did everything in lockdown, starting to figure out how to do things criminally. And that's what we saw. We saw it with our work. We saw a risk there that, like in Italy, where the mafia started looking at vulnerable companies, because if I can get a good company that can move lots of money and looks legitimate, imagine what I can do with that after the pandemic. So, and also risk of, like in 2003 to 2008, a lack of due diligence, money going out fast without due diligence. So we called for transparency and we called for publishing data. There's the first letter in 16th of June. The newspapers published it. It's myself and Rosalind Wright, Duncan Hames from Transparency International, Professor Mike Levy and others. And what we're asking here is early on, please publish the names of state aid, companies who are getting aid. Because some have been published already, a little bit, I think 16 companies. And the government said no. And you'll all know in security and fraud prevention terms, I know Mr. Hyde knows it from his time with policing, you can deter so much by making criminals think you're going to check. When you tell them you're not, what do? Yeah. So first question for you, do it by a show of hands. Why do you think the government will not publish names of companies that receive taxpayer loans? Because we were saying do it so we can data match very quickly. Why do you think they won't do that? A, government want to protect the privacy of businesses that took bounce back laws. Fair enough. B, there's something the government don't want the public to see just yet. Still not published. C, there is something one or more of the bank lenders don't want the public to see yet, or I'm not sure. What about A? Any show of hands? Government want to protect privacy of businesses. Certainly a thing that people have talked about. B, there's something that government don't want the public to see just yet. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not trying to sway you, but I'm sensing that. C, there is something that the banks don't want us to see yet. I'm torn between that one, actually, because I think well, let's have a look. What we do know is that what we started to see is that those mules who were recruited on the dark web, phishing emails started off and so on. They were all common things, all fraud we saw before. But the organized criminals got very serious and they went into it. I was told, and my charity and I, we went public with the BBC and I was told, this can't happen. You can't, the systems will not allow one company or two people to get multiple loans. It'll be identified. And I was told that, David, you're wrong. It can't happen. I said, yes, it can. It's easy. What's happened? We've had the riddle of the businessman's 4 obscure firms that got 40 million of furlough cash. There's millions gone, lots of people. Why was it happening? It was because we weren't data matching. And here's the real thing, and this is still a risk. The banks, where our government money goes to the bank, and then the bank pass it to the customer who's got a grant for PPE or furlough, whatever. The banks are not checking. So 1 million goes to bank A from the government. They give it to another bank B with 50 pence in that account. Nobody thinks that's unusual because there's no crisis playbook. So what we said was another letter last August. And we're like a group sending letters. And what we said here was we need the banks to have a crisis playbook ready for money to go out again if it goes out next. Remember, we had the financial crisis, and we also need a central repository. It can be done. We've looked at it. We've talked with the banks. Some don't want it. Some do not want to match data. Now, remember what we heard earlier about the police on the front line? The police on the front line are there to protect and prevent. We can use technology, though, and here's an area. news actually. And I actually met with the Lord Mayor a few weeks ago too, and the Security Minister. I don't know why he invited me, all the great and good. And I said, we have got to really prioritise this because we must learn from 2008, restore trust in institutions, the police, paying your tax, being an honest person. We've got to restore them because at the moment, whistleblowers are not protected. We don't prosecute many serious offenders. They get away with it. And I've seen these cases, you will have seen it. We've got to get rid of that Stone Age AI that banks say, oh, I can't do this. Facebook say, I can't verify somebody. Of course they can, could turn it on tomorrow. And we've got to give AI to the police for this metaverse. This is the new normal now. We are going to be living virtual and real world. Let's get these systems switched on. You've seen the things my company do. We're a Queen's Award winning family business. We've got an AI team of 12. We developed stuff that could knock the bank's socks off. It's available. They just won't turn it on. Yeah. And they won't give stuff to the police. Got to change this. And make transparency law maybe, like the Spanish authorities have done. You've got to be transparent. And that's what's interesting. It wasn't just me writing letters to the Chancellor and the Treasury. Have a look at that report from the House of Lords a few weeks ago. They said, where's the letter about this comfort to the banks on what we're underwriting? Show us it. And Bank of England Treasury will not produce that letter to the House of Lords. See what I mean about democracy? We've got to really be careful. And otherwise, and this is, they're asking about quantitative easing. What are we doing with quantitative easing, all this money? Because it has to stop. And you know what can happen when we have a jolt. We need to be prepared. What's the plan? And I'd say be extra careful of derivatives. When I was head of fraud squad many years ago, it was during the financial crisis, lying loans, people lying about the underlying asset not existing, people cheating to get loans and mortgages, loans in commercial property. That's a big area. And it's the shadow economy that's bigger than the rest of it. And also be careful of greenwashing, because a lot of investment schemes that go out there, the underlying asset is not right, but people put their pension in it. And that's terrible for communities when people lose their pension pot. And we really need to work hard and fast. And why do it? When I was on the BBC with our International Charity Fraud Awareness Week a couple of weeks ago, I actually went into the studio, not my avatar, and my grandson was watching me, Fred. He's there watching. Fred, Alice, Polly, Margot, in 25, 30 years, will be paying for this fraud, this loss. So we've really got to get ready and do something. And I'd like to take questions, but I'll just go back to what I finished on with that avatar. I ain't going to be around for long. Those people at the back of the room, our future investigators, our future police officers, are going to carry this forward. Our friends from Thailand, you are going to go back to Thailand and introduce fantastic new systems that make us safer and come together. We've got to start now, not wait. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Where did you see such passion and energy in a presentation? And the avatar wasn't bad either, David. Any questions for David there? Really thought-provoking yet again about who's going to pay for all of this, but just stuff that we do every day on our computers, our banking systems, everything is at risk. So,
yeah, I got quite a few questions, so bear with me. The first is, you said something that sort of clicked with me. You said that the city of London is loved by fraudsters and the criminal world. I would like to know, why do you think London is so easy for them to take advantage of?
London is the global financial capital. More money and more American banks are located in the city of London than in New York. It has the fastest flows. The currency that we have, the pound, moves internationally The one wonderful thing about London too, we sit on the international date line. So we're between east and west of when stock markets open and close. It's a great place. Why do some fraudsters love it here? The same reason I love the United Kingdom. It's very safe. It's a safe place. But it's very easy to become a dangerous place. And I've seen that, and I'm sure you have when you've seen places around the world. I want to keep it safe.
Okay, thank you. Next thing is, what's the most common type of fraud that you come across?
Difficult to say because they're not reported very often, but a lot at the moment, the ones we've seen most are online scams where people fall for a scam. A growing one that we're seeing particularly with diaspora foreign nationals in the UK, I'm seeing every week, is romance fraud and people being lured into, and this is linked to lockdown. During the lockdown, people were buying pets and they were nothing for sale. The bigger thing is investment schemes, putting your life savings into something that will yield maybe, 2 or 3% a month, 12% a year. Who can get that, But that is devastating for whole families.
Thank you. I think it's best I leave it there, otherwise we could be here all day.
No, you've lined yourself up for seeing what it's like on the other side when you're in court being challenged. So you've either got to become a barrister or a police officer. There you go.
Any more questions for David? I'm over in the corner here.
I was wondering, given the fact that so few police officers want to go into investigative work now, and the national shortage of detectives, and fraud always having been a niche market amongst detectives, where are the investigators for this work going to come from?
Well, a very similar question was asked of me by the Treasury Select Committee on the 8th of July. I'd read the transcript because that was equally passionate and evidence with some of the losses we've got. When I worked actually with Stuart Hyde, who was Chief Constable on the National Lead, the fraud review, and how we grew all these systems, the fraud reporting service, the fraud intelligence unit, the National Lead Force for Fraud, which was my team. Yeah, there should have been more things implemented, but it's heartbreaking to see people leaving the service, going off to be a trained driver or an airline pilot. They aren't doing this for the money. They're doing it because you need to feel supported. Our officers, are in a difficult position. I lost one of my detective inspectors at the start of the pandemic. He got hit by a heavy dose of COVID, a fantastic detective. And I was out with his family just a few weeks ago. They don't do this for the money. What we've got to do is a bit of soul searching. I said to the Treasury Select Committee, things like now the college are doing, and all of us together. Look at all these countries here. We're friends, we're a family. People will not leave the family. They will want to stay with it and fight and join the battle if they feel they're part of the family. It's what happened in the military. It's happened to my career, why I'm here today with you, why I do what I do with my charity. That's our challenge. It's how do we keep them in? I've got some ideas, but it's for another day perhaps. Thank you for the question though.
Thank you, David. Call it a halt there.
Thank you.
So please gather, it's lunchtime. Again, don't go away empty-handed.
Do you think I could have a picture with some of the cadets too?
Of course you can.
Would that be all right?
Charlie?
Well, in the next step. Check your pockets, Charlie.
Avatar, think like this, like a carry on the fight. Or maybe Avatar as well. And to do an Avatar, we'll see what. Come to our studio, we'll have one, yes. Why not? Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. So collection boxes on the way out for David.
My charity, not me.
We'll have a break now until 1:30. lunch is served next door. If we can be back just before 1:30 for Professor Alison Wakefield, and hopefully if the afternoon is anything as good as this morning, which I'm sure it will be, with our 2 discussion panels, we're in for another treat. So thank you, ladies and gents. Thanks for your patience. See you at lunchtime. No, they're all come through. Chair of the Securities. Yeah. Chair Emeritus.
Are those three chairs okay? Oh, hello. I've only ever seen you on video. Yeah. Well, thank you. Are you covering the session? Yeah.
Well, for this now.
Yeah, for the questions.
Yes, they're going to do that for.
They need. Can we give them one of those? Or do we...
Yeah,
You need to get the IT person to.
I need to speak to James, and he's up there, isn't he? Well,
Don't worry, I can give him this.
can we use James? Can we use this?
Nearly ready. All right.
And I want to leave time for Q&A, so I was sort of, I don't know, if you could let me know when.
How long do you want to speak for? We're a bit over time now, so.
Do you want me to still to try and finish at
No,
2?
I don't know. Can you do that without? Because you've only got about 22 minutes.
Oh.
You need a bit longer.
Yeah.
No, go beyond 2. We've got a bit of flex.
Could you let me know when I've been speaking for 15? I think I've got about 21 slides, so I'll that will alert me to whether I have to
Give you
speed up.
Yeah, that'll be about just before 5 to 2. I'll let you know at 5 to 2 that it's 5 to 2.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you can take it. Don't worry about running out with it.
Take it away from that.
Yeah. Oh, so take that one.
Ladies and gents, can we settle back down now, please? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gents. Just while we're settling, we've overrun by 5 minutes or so while we've put the stage together, so bear with us. We probably won't hit our timings exactly, so Roger, and your first workshop might be 5 minutes or so after time, but I know that won't be a problem. For contingency planners, always have a plan B. So, ladies and gents, welcome back. I think Vice Chancellor was absolutely right. The food was fantastic. I've been round about 4 times so far, and I'll be sneaking back while you're listening. It's my pleasure now to introduce the last of the keynote speakers before we go into our discussion panels. She's already had from this morning from David. You know she's going to be a stellar speaker. We've had a fantastic morning, I think. But we'll save the best till last. Professor Alison Wakefield from the University of West London, really going to talk about the future. Alison, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for welcoming me, and thank you to David for warming people up and getting everyone thinking about the complex issues of an increasingly digitized society. Okay, if I close this? Yeah. Right, no one's allowed to leave now. So the themes that I want to touch on in this presentation really draw on this textbook that I finished and published just in the summer, which was really about challenges of security in a complex world, and thinking about kind of common issues and approaches, whether we're working at the international level, regionally, nationally, locally, etc. So I just want to begin framing the presentation in terms of some of the key challenges facing the police at this juncture, introduce the concept of the fourth industrial revolution, and touch on issues relating to the future of work, which relates very much to a passion of mine, which is of course education, and police education now being a really big part of what we're doing at UWL. Talk about some features of the changing profile of crime and how the landscape is evolving for the police to mitigate, and security as well. And then I want to introduce what's described as complexity theory or complexity thinking, and becoming the focus of common conversations across disciplines, and starting to offer some ideas really about how we all must adapt to an increasingly globalized, technologically advanced world. So, you know, it's been interesting to read the work coming from the Police Foundation, and particularly their first report. So they talk about the way that challenges to public safety and security have been transformed in the new millennium, and they identify these three interconnected forces of technological change, globalization, and the rise of more complex social problems. So a much more complex landscape for the police to navigate, new demands, new pressures, great volume of demands. And they recognize in this review that some profound thinking needs to happen about how police evolve for the future. So here you have quite a nice diagram that illustrates what the fourth industrial revolution is all about. And I was delighted when I first heard of the concept, because it's a useful sort of wraparound expression for the era we're entering into, and the impact of a variety of transformative technologies that together represent massive change in the landscape. And so you see how we've evolved as the world's experienced the development of steam power, then electricity, then electronics, and now this heavily digitized and digitizing high-tech world, and a world characterized by advanced robotics, Internet of Things technologies, big data, artificial intelligence. All of these things will face the implications of quantum computing. In 10 years or so, have to prepare for that, and a society that's changing at a faster speed than most people can really keep up with. This, of course, has most impact for us individually in terms of the future of work and the police workforce, our focus today. And this is an employer survey that's carried out periodically by the World Economic Forum with employers. And they identified in the latest publication that the workforce is automating faster than expected, So, you know, with a real change in the nature of jobs, many jobs being displaced, but other jobs being created to prepare for that more transformed world. And COVID, of course, has pushed that digitalization along. And there will be inequalities in who benefits, who suffers from these developments. So there need to be adaptations that take account of that. For us as employees and employers, we need to think about the top skills that will be needed in the future. The latest survey focuses on analytical thinking, creativity, and flexibility as the top skill areas likely to be required for 2025. Reskilling and upskilling will be key, both for individuals and organizations. And that's going to apply to the majority of us. So as I said, police officers as well. So the PEQF has come at an important juncture and will operate as a foundation for both the development of individuals and the development of police officers, police forces going forwards. I just want to touch on a few examples of the many different types of cybercrime that are challenging us today. And a really interesting development has been finally the inclusion of fraud and what are described as computer misuse offences in the national crime figures. So perhaps be interesting to compare notes internationally on how well different countries are taking account of this. But it's been impossible really to measure the extent of cybercrime and fraud in the police recorded crime statistics. And this data relies on the Crime in England and Wales household survey. And so estimates are made of the extent of fraud and what we might call cyber-dependent crimes, crimes that can only happen through the use of computers like ransomware, malware, phishing attacks, etc. So you can here represents the emergence on the graph of fraud and computer misuse offences. And this data from the Office for National Statistics brings it to life, indicating, for example, that the average resident in England and Wales is now 20 times more likely to experience fraud than robbery, and 10 times more likely to experience fraud than theft from the person. So we do have an imbalance when we're still policing these physical crimes, but the protection and the support for cyber crimes is minimal. This is also affecting a different demographic of people. So traditional street crimes or volume crimes bear most heavily on young people, urban residents, and manual workers or unemployed people, whereas fraud is more likely to affect rural residents, so people who are kind of less crime savvy, not used to confronting it every day, middle-aged people, and people in managerial and professional positions who are doing work on the computer every day. And then thinking about what is the future going to look like, these are just going to become more refined and effective in the future, harnessing these new technologies and giving offenders the chance to scale up their scams even more and increase the sophistication of those scams. And then just the other one I wanted to touch on is online harassment and cyberbullying, just to illustrate how these unpleasant aspects of life for many people have shifted to the online environment. And this is not necessarily all for the police to deal with, but it just illustrates the shifts within a common social problem. So online harassment and cyberbullying can take many forms, upsetting messages, issues like cyber flashing and revenge pornography, where the law in this country is just starting to catch up, and no doubt there will be legislative gaps all around the world for those types of crimes. Identity theft, doxing, which is sharing people's information online, and cyber stalking. Something that seriously impacts children as well as adults. And just thinking about the impact of that, it may be worse for children than traditional violent face-to-face bullying, because it's difficult to get away from the internet. So it really is something that we need to look at a lot more. Just want to lift the focus up now to the global stage. And I've been reading the 4 yearly reports by the US National Intelligence Council called Global Trends. They come out usually just before a new presidential inauguration. It was a bit late last year. And there is an equivalent UK one called Global Strategic Trends, and then others published by NATO and other countries. And these are really interesting in giving us a bit of a chance to take stock of the major challenges in the world, and how they may evolve in the future. So this latest report is grounded in these 5 themes. So first of all, it points to more shared global challenges. So problems like the pandemic, and these kind of big issues are predicted to arise with increasing frequency and intensity, which is inevitable in a more connected, interconnected, complex world. But they may relate to climate change, disease once more, financial crises, or technology disruptions, for example. So really different to the security challenges of past years, because they often lack a direct human perpetrator, and then it's difficult to predict how they're going to evolve, so they can intersect and cascade in unpredictable ways. Fragmentation is identified as a major challenge, and we see that across the world as the internet gives a voice to everybody, including quite negative forces. So we're starting to see a more fragmented world. And this can be a challenge, whether it's at international level, national level, or community level. And then the report identifies a disequilibrium. So what we might call the international system is becoming less and less of a system as time goes on, as the relative power of other actors grows. So we're not set up for these complex shared and cascading problems, working to find the right solutions is a challenge. Going back to my book, what I'm trying to show there is that the same problems are happening at different kind of levels of strategy and policy and practice. So what can we take from other areas of security thinking and practice? Linked to fragmentation and disequilibrium, the NIC also highlight greater contestation within communities. So certainly around whether it's at election times or over big issues like how to deal with COVID at the present time. And then finally, they identify adaptation as the key priority for the many actors in the system and the basis for future advantage. So the states that will be most successful will be those that are most adaptable. But that's certainly a recommendation that we could extrapolate to any area of delivery of policies and practices, including our own, what we can control as individuals in our professional remits. Another body of work that I'm finding really interesting now comes out of the University of Cambridge's Centre for the Study of Existential Risk, which sounds like a really fun place to work. So they too talk about the kind of big issues around the corner, which might be tipping points in the natural order due to climate change or mass biodiversity loss, the spectre of AI, if it's used maliciously or accidentally in a harmful way, and then the risks presented by advanced biotechnologies, natural or engineered pandemics, and then the potential risks posed by nuclear weapons getting into the wrong hands or used accidentally. So just coming on to my last theme, which is complexity, and trying to give you a kind of whirlwind tour of some of the contributions from this literature, which is spreading across different disciplines. So coming to the social sciences relatively late, and ideas being imported from the natural sciences. And if you think about ecological systems, for example, what those kind of studies can give us and can be applied elsewhere. So it's come from many different directions. It might be considered as a subset of systems theory. So looking at how the behavior of a system operates in terms of its constituent components and interrelationships between those components. One type of system within systems theory is known as a non-linear dynamical system. So, if you think about the example of the butterfly effect, it's the idea that a small change can have a massive disproportionate impact, like the flapping of a butterfly's wings leading to a cyclone. And then they refer also to a complex adaptive system as one type of non-linear dynamical system, where there's such intricacy between the components parts that it's difficult to predict how things are going to play out. There are multiple variables at work, and you're just looking at the holistic sum of all of the behaviors embedded within. It can be something that's located within the body, like an immune system, right through to a traffic system, ecosystem, weather system, or economy, for instance. So it's not so much a theory, as it's often called, but it's really an umbrella term for all of these disparate perspectives with complexity in common. And it's a real transdisciplinary approach, and it can be used in conjunction with other more familiar theories within our disciplines if we wish to use those. There are some relevant concepts that you might have heard of. Some of these emerging quite a bit earlier than complexity theory, but Rittel and Weber, who were planners, came up with the idea of wicked problems. So ones for which there's no obvious single cause and no obvious single solution, and they identify these 10 different characteristics. So I would say any police problem that has not yet been solved would fall into the into the wicked problem category. And then some others have come up with the idea of super wicked problems. And an example of that is climate change, if you think of their key characteristics. So time's running out. Those who cause the problem also seek to provide a solution. the central authority needed to address it is weak or non-existent, and irrational discounting occurs that pushes responses into the future. Other concepts include VUCA environments, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So this is sort of the external environment that we are all operating within, whether we represent a business or a public sector organization, that there are lots of uncertainties on the horizon. And that's something that has military origins, but has been applied particularly within the business world. Taleb's famous notion of the black swans, although COVID isn't a black swan because it was heavily predictable. There's also the idea of normal accidents theory, pointing to the challenges of highly complex systems with tightly coupled connections and the risks of catastrophic failure. And Taleb came up with another concept, anti-fragile, you know, and that's the idea about being so well adaptive that when a disruption occurs, you actually build back stronger, and it reflects that very famous maxim of Nietzsche. So how we respond to this, well, it's complex challenges require complex solutions. As I said before, and you know, what's been my focus in the book is that the same kind of trends are occurring across multiple dimensions. So this is an international relations scholar associated with bringing this idea into international relations, but drawing comparisons across other dimensions of human activity. And then I think most people here will be familiar with resilience thinking. You know, that's something that's permeated a number of different realms. It's, I think, initially was recognized as an element of psychology and health, thinking about people's personal resilience. It became popular in development circles, international development, and it's also informed national resilience agendas and organizational resilience agendas. And this is an approach that recognizes complexity and interconnectedness, and is encouraging more holistic responses, you know, try and create sustainable strategies. So they're trying to encourage bottom-up development. You know, if we're thinking about international development or international disaster risk interventions. Although it's become well used, we can still point to tremendous failures. You know, the idea was to make Afghanistan resilient, and you know, very sadly, we look like we're no further forward than we were before the war in Afghanistan. So if you think about what existing security architectures look like, and counting police forces within that, they're structured around explicit role definition, bureaucratic chains of command, expert specialization, and legal hierarchies. And they deal well with complicated problems, but what about these complex cascading kind of challenges? So they really argued that we have to throw out old ways of doing things, you know, and start to look at how we build global governance structures. Again, this can be pushed outwards to other levels, and think about how to adopt an approach that's more capable of responding adequately to instability, surprise, and extraordinary change. So they don't propose completely throwing out the old ways of doing things. You know, we have these structures, we can't just dismantle them and start again. But they point out that these inherited systems and processes need to be supplemented with design principles that are better oriented to these complex problems. So some of the examples that they provide of those adaptations include ways of enhancing understandings of the problems being faced. So we have this big data accessible to us. How can we mine that more effectively and start to model and analyze that data and inform our solutions in that kind of intelligent way. They also point to more effective deliberative mechanisms, so ones that do harness multiple stakeholders. And they give the example of engaging with Indigenous communities in Australia to support responses to bushfires, for example. Another one is transparency, preventing information hoarding. It's still not been agreed and established where COVID came from, and also increase government accountability, as in the case of the Paris Agreement. Then they also talk about adaptive policy responses and adaptive system design. Both of which are approaches that allow for change and inquiry throughout, taking new stakeholders into account as things go. So creating solutions that are very much open to modification along the way. So I'll be interested to see what comes out of the next Police Foundation report, which promises to focus on solutions. I'm not here to say what the police should do, but rather to just provide food for thought. But just taking those 4 or 5 examples, enhancing problem understanding, we're talking about achieving smarter policing through greater use of big data analytics, effective deliberative mechanisms, pointing to greater partnership working, including working with the private sector. And that's something that I've been pleased to see wearing my other hat, working in the security community and with the private sector. Transparency. So I just took a couple of these points off the College of Policing website, but making sure all staff uphold service values, building public confidence, and making sure there's full accountability both of police and partners, and then adaptive policy responses and system design, including harnessing the PEQF to enable police forces to become learning organisations. So that's me. Thank you.
Alison, thank you so much. I'm beginning to think one of the wicked problems of organising conferences, you need to give a lot more time to passionate speakers like Alison. So, ladies and gents, any questions, please, for us?
Hi, Alison, that was really fascinating. I
Thank
think I
you.
just discovered that I'm working on an effective deliberative mechanism at the moment, so that's So I suppose I'm not sure this is the entire question, but really interested in the wicked problems is, and I know the College of Policing has already done some work to identify what the UK policing's wicked problems are. I just wonder whether you were cited on that at all.
Well, let me just go back. Yeah, I mean, these problems can be at the level of an intervention between 2 people, right through to a global problem. So where complexity thinking has been applied to probation and social work, for instance, if you think of the relationship between a probation officer and an offender who might have a really great productive meeting, and then the offender leaves the office and something happens that just knocks them sideways, and all the good work is out the window because they're drawn back into bad networks or substance abuse or any kind of thing. So they're not problems that can be solved, can ever be solved, or they wouldn't be wicked problems. But this is really why it is about adaptation and sort of mitigating issues, and that's what we do these days. We don't talk about preventing crime so much as as we did in the 1980s, because to do so is an impossible task. We can mitigate, but we can't stop it. It just illustrates the interconnectedness of issues. So you've got around the bottom multiple stakeholders with conflicting agendas and straddle organizational and disciplinary boundaries, and every solution ramifies throughout the system. So you do one thing and you don't know what the knock-on effects are going to be, etc. So you can see why analytical thinking was one of the top skills being predicted by employers for 2025, because more of the issues that we are dealing with are complex. What the police deals with has always been complex. These aren't issues that the police can ever solve or even really get on top of alone. And so this is where being creative with other stakeholders is important. If you think about cybercrime, for example, there's a crisis in terms of people going into teaching to be computer scientists. Lots of people taking computer science degrees, but with all the money that's available in the private sector, etc., a lot of those computer science degrees are not being put to use in schools, and so we're not fully educating the next generation on how to confront a digitizing society. And so, wouldn't it be much better if those kids were properly educated in the risks they're facing and all the challenges of a digital environment, rather than that we have to respond to more bullying or more fraud. That sort of thing requires creative solutions. That might be where collaborating with the private sector and more private sector bodies through corporate social responsibility programs going into schools and delivering that kind of education might be the kind of solution that should be looked at to address that gap. So it really is about the police through events like this and other events where you get to network with different types of people, building new relationships and also sharing police expertise with other sectors, and maybe starting to come up with creative solutions that way.
That's one more question from someone I think you know.
Professor Wakefield, Amy Clark from Fraud Advisory Panel. Thanks for that excellent insight. I'd love to have those slides actually, particularly the research. Question if you link into the last point there. I'm one of those very concerned that our STEM bright young things don't come into public service, they go into the private sector. A lot of them actually end up in banks, creating mathematical formulas for all manner of things that go out. We need them in, we need them in the sector where they can make new things. What do you think? You talked about where we're going with this, and in my talk I said about, we've got a situation where we really need some important things, like you mentioned, technology switched on in big tech, to stop and protect people. We need, I would say, we've written to the ministers and the chancellor and the secretary about putting in systems to make better protection of people online, not waiting for the police 6 months after. and they just won't do it. They won't publish, they won't change, they won't bring legislation, they won't challenge. What are we supposed to do then as honest businesses who are faced with this problem if people just won't allow this to change? What do we do as a society?
Yeah. I mean, I think we've seen a lot of creativity from the police in recent years with tight budgets, haven't we? And something that I've noticed through my work through the Security Institute and with the security profession has been much better relations than ever before with government departments, with police forces. I sat on the National Counterterrorism Business Independent Advisory Group, which the Met set up. So they're sitting around the table with heads of corporate security and others, just to address that knowledge gap between the public and private sector. And it did start to feel like, that there was a real change taking place, that police leaders have been starting to be more creative where their budgets are so stretched, and starting to connect a lot more with other agencies. And I think that's what you have to do when you don't have any money and you don't have any support from above.
Should police chiefs get a bit political and demand from the Home Secretary that big tech sort out their act and stop online crime sort of thing? Should they get a little bit more vote pushback?
That's a really, really difficult one. We know
it's wrong.
Yeah. Well, this is a debate that's happening in the UN General Assembly between the East and the West on the future governance of the internet, with the cybercrime resolution passed in 2019 that the West argued against, but it was led by Russia and backed by China, and so those countries are taking the lead and setting out what they want the internet to look like, and there's a worry that it will provide cover for authoritarian states and criminals, and not do what we would like it to do. There isn't just that consistency of view of the internet, but there is a libertarian ideology behind the internet, which comes from its origins in the US. Is it going to be popular opinion that ultimately changes things rather than politics? How much can or will politicians do? I honestly don't know the answer to that one, David. What's the position that you've been putting forward through the Fraud Advisory Panel?
We united with a number of tech leaders and counter fraud and said, bring in fail to prevent offence or fraud.
Yeah.
Should be brought to people. Bring in whistleblowing protection, backed up by law to protect people.
Yeah.
And make the online harms bill, let's talk with the Home Office, trying to push for include fraud.
Yeah.
Because big tech allowing advertising and so on their platforms, money laundering, but they make 80% of their profit from ads, from fraudsters. So I don't know, we're a charity, an expert, but I wonder if certain, police chiefs and others who see this spoke up. Before, shoplifting and burglary and things, speaking up, not being political.
Yeah.
It's a big problem. Your view of the rest of the audience, or should we be more vocal because nobody's listening to me?
Yeah, but also not just highlighting problems, but trying to come up with solutions that, and then getting support for those solutions.
Can I take Alison off the hook a little bit here? Suggest perhaps, David, we take that maybe one of our, certainly probably the second one, like into the legitimacy debate. Alison, thank you so much for that. So we're going to shake things up now and just have a couple of different sessions, discussion panels. The first of which invite our panelists to take the stage. I'm going to introduce the moderator. The first one is about preparedness following COVID within the UK, certainly, and perhaps beyond. The moderator of the afternoon is one Roger Golden, a friend of ours. We've done many things together, most of which Tom mentioned. But certainly, UK expert in resilience, contingency, emergency planning. There's an awful lot of work with government, big agencies, as well as educating police officers and police forces around the world. So I'm going to hand you over to Roger. Roger's going to introduce his panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Bob said, from Portugal, I've got the pleasure in introducing the panel. I'm just waiting, hopefully, that the screen will light up with my fourth person. Dum da dum da dum. Tap dance. Don't really want to introduce them without him being there. I'm not going to say too much about them because you've got their profiles to show. Ah, excellent. It's looking good. Welcome.
Hello again.
Okay, well, I'll introduce the panel. On the screen behind the panel, I'll start backwards. It's Zoran Sandev from Interpol. So we've got an unusual perspective there. Going across, Stuart Hyde, Dr. Stuart Hyde, as you've heard earlier, was a senior police officer. Now moved on, working for the third sector, or do we want to call it the voluntary sector?
Either.
Okay, that's interesting. Sitting next to Stuart is Lindy Woodidge, representing the National Police Chiefs Council. A lot of work during the COVID emergency preparedness, so think of your questions now. And right at the end here, we have Hannah Wheeler, as you can see, serving police officer. We don't get many of those today, but a serving police officer. And she has an interesting experience about developing the PPE requirements for the police service in the UK, which we may or may not come back to. I'm just going to start by sort of setting the scene. It says in the paper, preparedness in the pandemic, or preparedness in the UK after the pandemic, lessons learned. Really, we've learned lessons, have we? Individually, yes, we have. Where are they? But for me, this is really important. I'm a great lover of let's learn the lesson, because we don't learn it until we change the behavior, do we? So I'm just going to sort of just set the scene for you. I often call this the curse of the missed opportunity. What I mean by that is the usual government mistake, where we fail to hold on to the lessons we learn as we go along, because we're in it, we're dealing with it, hanging on to those lessons. And the best example I can give you of that is the Second World War. British government and the civil service is often seen as their greatest missed opportunity. During the war, they brought talent in from across the UK, mathematicians, linguists, scientists, you name it, they brought them on board and swelled, bolstered the numbers of experts within government. But after the victory, they were allowed to fade away. All that specialist skill and knowledge that could and perhaps should have been put to rebuilding the country was lost. To make matters worse, there was no formal inquiry, no report, no review of what they actually did. So we could hold on to those lessons. So to avoid the curse of the missed opportunity, I believe we must hold on to these lessons. But the challenge is they're daily, that we're learning as we go along. How do we hold on to these lessons? We're expecting one day there'll be a public inquiry in the UK. I think Boris Johnson said, when the pandemic is over. think you got that message. Good. So really, for me, the first question for the panel is from your agency's perspective, what lessons, both good and bad, that's really important. It's the positive as well as the negative, would you like to highlight? I'm going to start this end, Hannah, because you're the nearest to me. Hannah, the positives and negatives from your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger. Thank you for inviting me here. For me, there are loads of positives. This has been, I know it hasn't been for everyone, but the pandemic has been very positive, I think, for policing. We've pulled together, we've shown how resilient and how adaptable we are. And we put things in place from the start to capture all this learning. As Owen touched on this morning, we put a reform and recovery team in place right from the start. So as we've been learning things about the infection and about the pandemic, we've been running knowledge sharing events online. We've run over 40 of those on from subjects from managing crime to fraud to dealing with long COVID, which is causing some problems in policing. We've learned lessons from the National Police Wellbeing Service. They did a survey last year, and actually there were more positive results from officers and staff feeling more valued by their forces and by their co-workers and by their leadership teams than they have done ever before. So actually we've been very positive during the pandemic about supporting our staff and looking after them, making them feel valued. And that is actually exactly how it should be. You know, our people are our most valuable asset. We've run a 10,000 volt online immersive exercise with over 500 partners and stakeholders and police to learn the lessons and get the feedback about what's gone well, what hasn't, what can we learn. And we're formulating recommendations for that at the moment. We've got an Operation Tala learning index, which is learning from every aspect of the pandemic under headings such as agile working, operations, partnerships, service delivery, well-being, engagement, organizational learning. So all these sorts of things are being brought together so that it's going to be kind of like a living document, Roger, so we're not going to miss these opportunities. And certainly one of the things that I did from the start as part of my PPE work was to get the Federation to run weekly pulse surveys. So they were surveying staff and officers around how they felt during the pandemic, about whether they were receiving quality PPE, whether it was appropriate, whether there was anything else we could do, whether they had the right support. And certainly by June of last year, we were getting 100% positive feedback back from officers and staff in policing. And they're quite a tough act to get good trust and confidence from. So that was positive from us.
What about
So,
the negative, Hannah?
Negatives. There are a few. I think one of the negatives was learning very quickly that we weren't included in any of the government pandemic plans, even though all the planning and contingency work prior to then had suggested that we were. So there was no PPE for police or fire and rescue. So that was something that we had to respond to quickly. We also needed a seat at the table for some really important conversations very early on, which we didn't have. So we've now recruited a national chief scientific officer to actually feed in at the highest levels of government, the operational sort of factors about policing, the complications, the complexity that just wasn't understood, that would have helped inform policy and improve support for policing, certainly probably from a vaccination point of view. And we're also recruiting a national chief medical officer for policing, because actually from a Public Health England point of view as well, the actual nature of what police do and the contact that we have and the fact that this was a public health emergency, and actually 80% of police work generally is dealing with mental health and health related issues, put us at the forefront as healthcare workers, but actually none of that sector specific guidance was there. We were never included in it, and we still aren't to this day. which is why we wrote our own.
A few little things there. We can come back to those if we'd like to. I'll hand the microphone over to Lindy. Could you give a sort of perspective from National Police Council?
Yes, certainly. My work involves working through local resilience forums, representing the police in that sort of sector. That brings together multi-agency working. Before the pandemic hit, we were working already with partners and bringing together police representatives from across the country to plan for EU exit. And it sounds a little bit strange to look at EU exit as a positive in terms of the planning process. But because of all that work we had done in advance, we had structures in place. So it was fairly easy to move our response for COVID and use the relationships we'd already developed through that time and mobilize them for the response to COVID. We also used technology to enable us to move swiftly to online working with partners. Initially, in the early stages, the first few months of COVID, we were managing teleconferences using the traditional method of teleconferencing with sometimes up to 100 people on a call. It was an absolute nightmare. It didn't work. None of the government departments had systems in place that would enable them to do it either. So as soon as MS Teams became available, it certainly was a game changer for us in terms of being able to work more effectively. But had we not already built a lot of those relationships beforehand in those face-to-face situations, that move to MS Teams would have been much more difficult. There is no substitute for getting to know people, building relationships. As Owen said this morning, in terms of peacetime, that relationship building is critical, especially when you're working across agencies. When you're working with police, you're used to, you work the same way. It doesn't matter which part of the country you're from, you've got the same set of values. When you're trying to pull together multiple agency partners, especially during a time of crisis, that can be really difficult if those relationships aren't already built. The technology really helped, but it's still not there yet. We still have scenarios where we're holding meetings where not everybody can use the full functionality on those systems. I regularly get mail marshaled when I'm trying to use systems for meetings that have been set up by government. It's definitely not a panacea. We're not there, but we're definitely moved away from that horrible situation of huge numbers of people joining teleconferencing. Another challenge for us has been the lack of coterminous boundaries with the partner agencies we work with. Within local resilience forums, you'll have local authorities, health, the other emergency services that all form the Category 1 responders under the Civil Contingencies Act. Where you've got a region that's operating with multiple SCGs meeting on a sometimes daily basis, where those partners of health are really critical to those conversations, but their boundaries aren't the same as the other partners within that group. And so they're unable to service all those meetings. That's been really challenging. And I think the enduring nature of the pandemic, we're not prepared to respond to incidents that last for as long as COVID has. It's led to a tired workforce, not just within policing, but across all those agencies. When you bear in mind that they'd already been building up for EU exit for 18 months prior to this, and then ran straight into the COVID response. Those impacts in terms of people's well-being are going to be long lasting. We're seeing huge numbers of people leaving from our partner agencies where they're just tired, where they might have stayed on for longer, but they're coming up to retirement age and they've just had enough. And with them, they're taking that corporate knowledge, which comes back to, I think, what you were saying initially around how do we capture that learning and that expertise that they've brought to it. So they're the challenges I think that we're facing at the moment.
Stuart was nodding away there, but Stuart, if I may, I'm just going to go online and stick with the policing theme for a minute, if I may. Sandra, can you hear us okay? Would you like to give an Interpol perspective on lessons?
Yes, indeed. So I would like, first of all, to thank you for opening this part of the conference and asking some of the questions that were not touched during some of the presentations, and they are very inevitable, especially for the law enforcement community. Talking about the lesson that we learned from the last pandemic, in our area of work, working globally with our member countries, pre, during, and post-pandemic period, I would say that maybe we should do a step back and say, what are the lessons that we identify, making sure that we are tempering the experience, the needed experience from this COVID, and to be applicable in the future, making sure that our law enforcement preparedness is on the level to respond to the next pandemic. So I would like to mention a few points on this part and what are the lessons that we as an international organization we have identified in the past period. One of them that we look at is the faster detection and better response require a robust global health surveillance and improved pandemic information gathering system. It's needed for better understanding of the pandemic and making sure that all actions and the decisions that are made on the strategic level are in aligned with the need on the ground. So when you're sending some officer operational guy going and executes any kind of daily duties or dealing with the unrest, it should be made in this compliance. The next one is the clear and more coordinated scientific advice would facilitate the policy decision and public communication. Having a scientific community on the site, it's definitely something that provides a good inputs, especially in our SOP and SOI on the agency level, making sure that our agency interoperability is on the level that we would like to have. Enhancing the preparedness requires a constant investments, scrutiny, and the reviews. This is a constant process, and we should definitely invest in that. As I previously mentioned, having not only interagency approach, but having a whole government approach is something that we really looking at to having kind of success and effective response to pandemic. On the other hand, I would mention that the capacity to cope in a pandemic depends on continuous and increased investment in health and security sector. Not only investing in technique, but also in equipment, but also investing in the training and making sure that there is some MOU between both sectors, having a joint trainings, having a TTX or joint exercises. So the both sectors could be more close and understand their roles and making sure that those channels of communication are open and to keep the dialogue running. The next one that also I would also like to stress is that pandemic prevention, preparedness and response should be priority with the key partners, and the whole government approach would result in better preparedness and more coordinated and sophisticated approach to tackling misinformation and disinformation should be developed at the stage. How we could manage those misinformation that are spread on the online platforms or in the newspapers and media. So these are the lessons that I would like to mention as an international perspective. And what are the negative points that we also pointed out from this pandemic is having some certain level of mental hygiene for the police officers that are on the operational level. It's essential to make sure that they will perform their duties according to SOPs and they are aligned with the procedures, because having the pressure that all of us were locked down, there was a lot of psychological pressure and there were a lot of unrest and the other crimes that were rising up. So that pressure was something that really put a operational law enforcement in the focus, in the gravity, making sure that the mental hygiene is essential to make it sure that those daily duties are done on the proper way. But to secure this part, it's essential to have a strategic support, having a strategic decision, not only on the agency, but maybe sometimes on the ministerial level, and applying to the end of the hierarchy. So those elements that I already mentioned for the lesson that we identify and the negative points, I believe that it's something that could contribute from the international perspective. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, that's a lot of similarities to some of the things that have all been said. So that's quite interesting. You've got different perspective, national policing, you know, international policing. And we're talking about local policing here. Stuart, so the third sector or the voluntary agencies.
Thank you. The voluntary sector has gone through an immense journey in the last 4 years. After Grenfell and the Manchester Arena, the voluntary sector was criticised for its lack of cooperation, collaboration, and generally just being able to understand what each other did. So from 2018, early 2018, we pulled CEOs, chief executive officers from charities like Red Cross, St. John, Volunteering Matters, Salvation Army, people like that together. I said, how can we improve things? And the criticism was about 4 areas: fundraising, fund distribution, response, and recovery. The first 2 came about mostly from Grenfell, although not exclusively, where there were a number, and this reflects David Clark's comments earlier about the amount of fraud that follows catastrophe. Sadly, there was a lot of fraud that followed Grenfell. And so it was felt that the best way forward was to create a mechanism where charities could work together to hold one appeal, and it would be dealt with nationally, and there would be a proper way of distributing that money. So we created the National Emergencies Trust in 2019, and in 2020, the NET, National Emergencies Trust, chaired by Lord Richard Dannett, who used to be in charge of the army, so he certainly knows how to open doors, and he set up Help for Heroes, so he also knows how to run a charity. It raised £100 million during the first part of COVID, and that money was then distributed through an effective mechanism using UK communities to be able to get that money out to local charities to keep them alive, because many charities, their funding just basically stopped in COVID because they weren't doing anything. So that's the way in which the sector addressed fundraising and fund distribution. In relation to response and recovery, a bit more, I'll talk about recovery in a minute, but response, we set up the voluntary sector community partnership, which allowed charities to work together to share information, intelligence, data, to jointly work on things and undertake national initiatives, including the jab army, the schools testing. With a very, very small investment from government, about 5 million, we established a whole national infrastructure of regional teams to be able to support where there was need. And just to give you a little bit of an example of some of the return on that investment, so about 5 to 6 million. In January this year, schools came back, and for the first week they had to do 3 tests. I don't know if many of you got school children yet, but when they went back to school in January, they had to do tests every day, or every 3 days. In order to support that, the voluntary sector provided the cash equivalent of £24 million worth of assistance into schools. So just from that 1 week, the government had 500% return on investment, which I think for anyone here is pretty good return. Sadly, they haven't given the funding to keep it going, and in fact have even removed the concept of having an individual charities minister. So expect some feedback from the charity sector from that. But what we have now is that charities now talk to each other, they share information, they share intelligence, they work together. And we've seen that, for example, when we had the lorry drivers crisis in Calais, in Dover, despite all the things going on with COVID across the country, the charity sectors came together. You had Khalsa, you had Muslim Charities Forum, Salvation Army, British Red Cross, St. John Ambulance, and a whole host of other charities working together to provide food and resources for those people that were in need. And you've had it for every crisis that has occurred within the last 2 years. So I personally think that the charity sector is actually in a much stronger position. The issue now is, as you pointed out right at the beginning, is how are you going to sustain that and how are you going to keep it going? But there is definitely a much stronger charity sector now, providing to meet needs, humanitarian needs that are identified and unmet. You still deal with individual charities who have done remarkable things, but the big gain for me, I think, is the collectiveness and also addressing the key important issue of fraud that David talked about earlier. The National Emergencies Trust meets every quarter to test itself, to make sure that it knows whether a crisis has the right flavour, if it's big enough in order to make a national appeal. And in fact, when I was missing a part of this morning's session, that exercise was taking place today. So the question earlier about should we exercise together? Yes, absolutely. The National Emergencies Trust sets an example for that. Tests itself this morning. Half of Norfolk was underwater, lots of crisis, loads of people dead, cows dead, sheep dead, whole general mayhem. And then the board had to make a decision as part, that was the exercise, if anybody just picked up that, it hasn't happened, touch wood. But the board were able to then exercise and make a decision. And so if a crisis like that occurs, they'll know what to do. And last quarter, we tested them on fire. Quarter before was a terrorism incident, and no doubt there'll be other crises that they will face. So I think actually the voluntary sector has come on leaps and bounds. I just hope that they can sustain it.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Before I ask another question, you've got 4 people in front of you here who have been heavily involved in the COVID response from various slightly different perspectives or different perspectives. Would anyone like to ask them a question? Oh, there are lots of hands going up.
Hello, thank you, panel. Very insightful what you had to say there. I'm interested in respect of the charity side of things. Do you think the charities have stepped into where potentially the government have lacked the ability to be able to deal with this pandemic? And secondly, in relation to that, because of this loss of people and experience from the services, do you think there is some sort of resilience fatigue potentially that's is building up that potentially could lead to other problems later on in the services, in the emergency services, and of course the charitable sector as well?
You've got the microphone. So.
Yeah, absolutely. In relation to the first part of the question, you could look at single examples like the Jab Army that St. John Ambulance worked to create, right the way down to individual Facebook groups, local WhatsApp groups, street groups that provide us that the voluntary sector, and I don't just mean the official, if you like, the organized sector, the unorganized voluntary sector really came out. In my town, every street had a group, every village just about has a group that then worked together to resolve stuff that the state could not do. This was well beyond the capabilities of the state, and I won't make any points about the fact that we've got 20% less cops and 20% less of some of the other services as well, but there's no doubt that people did step forward and absolutely rightly did things that the state should have ordinarily done. I did some estimates of some of the costings, that one for one small bit, 24 million, but you're talking billions of pounds worth of provision by the voluntary sector. And that's where I think the police as an organisation or a separate organisation should be looking to say, how can we build this? How can we help? How can we work together to use those facilities at times of crisis? Some parts of the country, it's very well rehearsed. If there's a flooding in Cumbria, for example, the voluntary sector will be out en masse to help. And that's replicated across the country.
I think if I remember correctly, Lindy, you had some comments about sort of resilience down to the lowest level and how they can support each other. Make a comment?
Yes, thank you. So many of you in this room may be aware that the government launched its National Resilience Strategy earlier this year with an ambition to make the UK the most resilient nation. In order for that to be effective, and this is my opinion, I stress, and it links to what Stuart's just been saying about the responsibility of people, volunteers within their communities. Resilience is only going to work if we all become more accountable for our own resilience, if we all understand the risks we face. So the government produces a national security risk assessment. That risk assessment is used by local resilience forums to build community risk assessments, which are then made available. So there's no reason why we shouldn't have a better understanding of the risks we face as citizens within our communities. And we should then be encouraged and empowered to build up our own resilience, to work together, to understand where the vulnerable people are in our communities, so that we can become more resilient, less reliant on central government coming to our rescue. And it's only by starting to increase our resilience at the local level, by encouraging children as part of the national curriculum to understand resilience and the role they have to play, that we can actually really strengthen our communities. We can build more cohesive communities that in turn then reduce the fear of crime that we talked about this morning. We get communities that are able to support each other. And this is where I feel that we've really got an opportunity on the back of COVID to drive this forward, to build it, but we need to look broader. I have 3 adult sons. None of them understand risk. None of them understand that they don't watch mainstream news channels. They tell me it's too depressing. So we need to look at ways in which we can really engage young people. We have the cadets here. I don't even know whether or not they're aware of the National Security Risk Assessment, Community Risk Assessment. And we as police, do we actually understand the risks that the country faces? And my expectation is, no, we probably don't. We deal with what's in front of us. We're not very good as a society in terms of understanding risk and what we can do ourselves to protect ourselves. I'm sure with Stuart's experience of working with the voluntary sector, that's probably slightly different, but broadly speaking, that's where we need to start.
I'm glad I asked Lindy to speak because I knew it was quite a personal.
Yep, I'm really passionate about it. Yep.
We'll move on to another question. Let's have I'll leave the young lad with the microphone to decide who.
Thank you.
Early decision making.
Thank you. Ian Sorrell from the University of York St John. It's a question obviously for the panel, but perhaps focused initially with Hannah. I was interested about the Optala Learning Index, just purely because historically, and not only within policing, but from a multi-agency perspective, we've got a great history of being able to capture learning, but not necessarily a great history with being able to then progress that into action and take that forward. And thinking back to what Owen was saying this morning about the difficulty in driving response for 48 forces, it was how we've done that to capture that and then turn it around and perhaps even include, as we sit within this academic setting, some research to be able to actually drive those learning opportunities, both positive and developmental, forward.
Yeah, no, I agree entirely. It's something we haven't been very good at in the past, and it's something we were keen to do right from the start from this, because we knew, I mean, every day we were learning things. I mean, we're on our 11th iteration of, PPE guidance because of the way our knowledge about the infection has changed. So all those have been captured in a database, which I'm hoping I'll be able to share with you all. It's got different tabs on it. It's got different snapshots of what's happened on certain dates. It's also got the research that's taken place. Way back in June last year, I commissioned Cardiff University to do some research on barriers to wearing PPE. And once we understood that people from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds suffered poorer health outcomes as a result of COVID, wanting to know if there was anything more we could do to support our workforce. So they did some research for us, very quick time, and we've got the results of that. We've got ongoing research with UCL and Cambridge, and various other universities, and all that is compiled within this learning index. So the surveys and everything. So it's really useful. I've got the headings here, which I'm happy to share with you. So it's across the board, lots of different themes and then sub-themes that have come out as a result. For one of them, well-being, long COVID was something that became more and more clear that there was longer term issues that were facing the workforce. So
and Hannah has said that she's not leaving for another 5 years. So make sure you get a number.
Thanks. You actually asked the question I was going to ask, so I'm going to rephrase it slightly. Andy Rose, I'm from the University of West London. I'm a senior lecturer here and involved in all the policing programs. I did 32 years in the Met before I came here. So my question to you all is focusing on exactly that, and without repeating it, how confident are you as individuals or as representatives of your group that the learning that you've all spoken about will get back to the right ears at the right level? And then the second question is, how confident are you that they'll actually listen to you and that things will or may change as a result?
I'm going to ask Zoran if he's got any comments on that first from an intro perspective. We'll spot why in a few minutes.
Thank you. I don't have a comments from our side, from an international perspective, and it was very interesting to hear all the experience that were collected on the national levels and what are the challenges that all the decision makers are facing during this pandemic period. So because I have to go to another meeting, and I would like to say a few final words about the conference, and thank you for the organization of this event, for the fruitful discussions and the wonderful presentations. Again, I would like to say congratulations on your organizational part. Salute to all the participants that are in person, and I'll be shortly sharing my presentation and the guidelines that I mentioned in my presentation. I'm wishing you a nice afternoon.
Zoran, on behalf of us all, thank you very much for your participation today. Let's go back to the question.
Thank you.
I have. Can I come in there? I'm super confident that we are capturing all the learning. In answer to the first part of your question, we have been, as I say, there's so much learning, and we have been pumping this learning out. We've been holding knowledge sharing events. We've been holding meetings, sending out research. In answer to the second part of your question, I'm not entirely confident. 43 different forces, plus BTP, MDP, the National Crime Agency, plus the British Overseas Territories, all operating entirely differently. One thing we have struggled with is any communication that's come out from Operation Tala, we've sent at various different levels, but on checking and testing in forces where it's landed, it hasn't always landed where it's needed to be. So there's more we need to do there, but definitely we've all been, we all have shouting it from the rooftops about what we've learnt and what people need to be doing. So I'm very hopeful. And I say I'm going back to the Met in January, so I'm going to be shouting about it there. But I do know how difficult it is. And there are internal barriers, internal communication issues with what's a priority, because everything's a priority and not everything can be a priority.
And I think you've sort of, if Lindy wants to say anything, I think this is one of the biggest challenges, that you can identify the lessons. Can we actually learn them and change behaviour, change our plans, change our processes for the future. Do you want to just say a few words on that, Linda? You can see you're desperate to have the mic.
Just very quickly, just in terms of the multi-agency learning. So I think we've done some really good work within policing, and in a similar vein to the police debrief that was written using the 10 KB methodology. Prior to that, there were 3 interim multi-agency debriefs that were held. A number of recommendations came out of those. A number of them have already been acted upon. But there are also a large number that still need to be monitored and taken forward. That process, is it robust? Are we confident that those lessons will be learned? That's where I lack the confidence in it. So similar to what Hannah's said, really.
I think, if I'm, can we take the questions afterwards, Ian? We'll be here. I've been given the 5-minute nod, and I just want our panel the opportunity just to think about what are the sort of key lessons for them. What are the big things, 2 or 3 things that they think we can learn from this and actually change for the best in the future? Stuart's got the microphone.
Yeah, just to quickly answer that question, I think the charity sector has learned and will continue to develop much more closely. It's government that I have the biggest worry about. Throughout this, we've dealt with Department of Education, Transport, DCMS, MHCLG, Department of Health, Home Office, Cabinet Office. They don't talk to each other. I learned that lesson many years ago working in the Home Office. Government departments do not talk to each other. If one thing they could learn from COVID is that they have to and must, if they want to make a success of this. I think the point you made just now, Hannah, about priorities, there isn't a word in the English language for something that's not a priority. We need to have one of those words to describe it, because we've got lots of that going around. I'm actually quite hopeful, however, that the sector will continue to develop, and it's only by brute force and bringing people together, collaborating, sharing intelligence, sharing information, and sharing values and common values about trying to do good and humanitarian assistance that's made it worse. So yeah, I think the sector will, but sadly, I do not think the government will. And the fact that the government has had up until recently a Minister for Charities, Baroness Barron, and now doesn't. It's part of a big job to do, included in DCMS with the Commonwealth Games. So I think that's a real sad indictment of the way in which the government looks at the charity sector.
I'm just getting, the bouncer's stood up, so it means we haven't got much time then. I'm just going to say, Lindy, can you sort of, I know you've got an insight into the new resilience strategy. I don't you know, what we hope are in there. But some of these issues around shared understanding, shared amongst all the partners, understanding the risk, because it's not just responding to the risk, it's what we can do to prevent. And you mentioned that in your whole of society. Just what would you like to see in that resilience strategy? I know you've got about 30 seconds.
Okay, so because I knew this question might come up. Just before we started, I had a quick refresh of what was it actually in the strategy, and it does underpin what we need to achieve. So to support that ambition to be the most resilient nation, we need to understand the risks we face, we need to invest in preparation, and we need to energize and empower everyone who can make a difference. So I really think that sums up what we need to do. But my real takeaway that I'd like people to take from today is, don't underestimate the importance of building relationships with the people you need to work with. Absolutely. Build them before you need them, and make sure you really invest in that relationship building. It's critical at the time of response.
And whilst you're handing the microphone, one of my biggest fears, I think, this is personally, we're very good as a nation of responding to the local risks that occur all the time. It's the concurrence, the diverse, the geographical, the big things, perhaps unexpected, where it involves national government, as you just said. And I think that's our biggest challenge going forward. It's how do we deal with our next pandemic, our next concurrencies. You know, if you just look at where we are today, we've still got COVID, it hasn't gone away. Brexit is still lingering, Northern Ireland, and some of the supply chain issues. Russia is on the warpath, both technologically and perhaps going to war. What would the impact be on us and the West? So are we prepared for that? Are you prepared for that? You can finish now, Hannah, on that cheerful note.
Cheerful note. I was just going to say a couple of points. I think we need to build on the kindness and the support that's taken place in our communities and in our workforce during COVID, and build on that. It's certainly come out in our National Police Wellbeing Survey. And we need to support each other and develop that peer support to develop the resilience that Lindy has mentioned. National coordination, that has been absolutely pivotal in organising ourselves. Otherwise, dealing with all the different communities and stakeholders and police forces, it's like herding cats. You just need one central spokesperson to speak on behalf of everyone. And that has been absolutely crucial for this. And just finally, one of the, I suppose, the more sort of joyful things for me has been sort of listening to the Optala Ethics Committee and actually listen to the discussion that has taken place around some of our most wicked and complex issues that have arisen throughout COVID. They have been talked about and discussed, and we've looked at them entirely differently. And so I think that because policing is so complex and we deal with very wicked problems, as was mentioned earlier, we need to develop a more sort of ethical response to how we deal with things, and actually have virtual ethics panels, you know, that we can call on when we have difficult decisions to make, so that we can really think them through thoroughly and not just knee-jerk and make decisions quickly. So that would be a key learning point for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And the three of you, before I hand the microphone to Bob, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, Lindy, Stuart, and Roger. Thanks for moderating that. Zoran has disappeared. And again, I think the questions just show that we could have gone on for another hour. We have one more discussion panel before we hand over to Rod Jarman to finish. Can I suggest, though, that we take a 5-minute leg stretch, use the facilities, top up your water, but then back in 5 minutes, please, so we can get the final discussion panel underway. Thank you. So, ladies and gents, if we can settle down, please, for the last session. Come on, David, you've had your time. Thank you. So, ladies and gents, the last of our discussion panels today. Again, I'm just going to introduce our moderator and she can then introduce the panel, can introduce themselves. Delighted to have Lizzie Peters from the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, another good friend of the London Policing College and to policing in general, but certainly policing in London. And as a resident, Lizzie, I'm always grateful for the support in the background. Our last session of the day around about legitimacy and probably bringing some of the threads of the day together, I should think, in certainly looking at the panel you've got in front of you there. So without further ado, Lizzie, over to you.
Work? Yes, yeah. Good afternoon for the penultimate session. It's really, really good to be here. And I suppose to continue the conversation that's been running throughout the day. And we've heard some really fascinating and excellent speakers. I suppose for me today has been a much needed, but I suppose I didn't even realise, but a much needed opportunity to reflect on the last 18 months and the work that we've all been doing sort of in policing through the pandemic, really. I suppose just wanted to reflect as well on how nice it is actually to be here in the room. It's just a joy to see familiar faces and meet new people. So I think that's just really nice to be here. And quite a relief as well after the times that we've all had. In terms of taking the conversation further, I think this panel is here to discuss police legitimacy and what is the new normal. I think a really important question and a really vital lens for policing as we move into this sort of aftermath of the pandemic. So in order to discuss this question and discuss legitimacy at this time, this point in time, I'd like to welcome Rod Jarman, Britt and Jonathan, who will all just introduce themselves.
You've all heard a little bit from me earlier on today. I'm Rod Jarman, 32 years with the Met Police. I'm the lead for police education and research at the University of West London, but that's just about to change with the creation of the new Institute of Policing. But I have been involved in police education for the past 10 years. And prior to that, served in the Met, where I was Deputy Assistant Commissioner, and really keen for these sorts of events to widen people's understanding of policing.
Well, hello everyone. Well, earlier, you know, since my presentation, I'm Maj-Britt Rinaldo Ronnebro from the Swedish police. It's a national police, and I'm the so-called national lead for crime prevention, and particularly education within this. I'm also the Secretary General of the International Police Association and a board member at the International Education Center Gimbon, which IPA, the International Police Association, are connected to very heavily. And a few other things that I also enjoy, like being the ambassador for the National Symphony Orchestra in Sweden. That is part of my extra, not only policing. I'm still a serving police officer, and I counted 45 years in August this year, and I got 40 years of membership in the IPA. So I just say, come on, work longer than you do over here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Jackson. I'm a senior lecturer in policing and security studies at Birmingham City University. I'm also the course director for the BSc in professional policing, which is obviously part of the PEQF. I wrote the course for that. And I also wrote the MSc in policing and intelligence analysis. And I promise it's not an advertisement for BCU, which is what it sounds like. My specialist area is the history of policing, and in particular Victorian policing, which, as you can imagine, all my students are thrilled with every time they get a lecture from me. They see Jonathan, they think, oh my days, I think it's time to go. But yeah, so hopefully I can talk a little bit about that today, and from a historical perspective, lessons learned actually from the past, because obviously I know we are in COVID at the moment, and there's obviously a big emphasis on that at the moment. But we've dealt with these situations before for hundreds of years, and actually, you know, we can really pull some development points from that. So yeah, looking forward to it, and also, of course, incredibly humbled to be in a room. I've not been a cop. I never have been a cop, but to kind of listen to the thoughts of all of you is really quite fascinating. So thank you.
So we've got a really well qualified panel in terms of experience, in terms of bringing an international perspective and historical perspective. So I'm going to kick off with asking a question, and then there'll be an opportunity for you also to ask questions and share your thoughts as well. So I'm going to start by asking Rod. Would Robert Peel recognise the police of 2021? Do you think policing lives up to the principles that were set out in 1829?
I suppose the first thing is I wonder what those first police officers would make of something a couple of 100 years on, where we have people in a room from various countries talking about policing with a common model, which has evolved in many places across the world from the principles that were laid out in 1829. Now, we have someone from Scotland here, so I'm going to love saying this. Of course, the Metropolitan Police was the first real police service to be created in the modern format, and the Glasgow Police didn't survive, so they don't really count, even though they were 10 years earlier. But when we think back, or when I think back, and Jonathan will probably be better at this than me, in 1829, the police service was created to take over from the Bow Street Runners, to take over from the structures that were built around the office of constable and built around a policing role which was completely ill-defined. It was at a time of industrialization, and what we have seen happen since then is a creation of a codification, if you like, a set of laws, a set of ways of doing business, which has created a structure, which is what the police in the UK are today. And there have been various phases, and I love that whole four industrial revolutions concept. I think it's really, really powerful in policing terms. But do I think that what was created then is right for now? I think that's a really fundamental question. I still 100% believe that the notion of the public of the police and the police of the public should be at the core of everything that we're thinking about. That police officers are nothing other than members of the public who have got a role within society for the benefit of the rest of society, that they're not something set aside. And I think that is fundamentally important. But I would say, I think we're at a real crisis in terms of what that means. And I think Alison sort of went into some of the issues around fragmentation of society. What is the public? Who are we part of the public of? Globalization. How does policing in one part of the world connect with policing in other parts of the world? And how much more complex that makes the whole relationship between the police and the public as a structural entity. And I also think we're at a point with the transformation rather than progressive development that digital technologies are bringing in, which are going to fundamentally change how we think about what is public and what is private. So policing back in 1829 had this big social unrest about the police being created because they were going to curtail people's freedoms. What we've seen in the past 10, 15 years is a similar sort of debate starting to develop about where should the policing role end? from an enforcement perspective, it's what can we get from digital technologies? What can help us to investigate crimes? But some of the things that are happening online now are crime and straightforward crime. And some of the things are people believing that they're in a private place where they should have the right to have a conversation without a big brother overseeing them. And the police have got to get into that conversation. And getting into that conversation, I think, is going to be very difficult with our relationships with the public. And I think we also have to get into that conversation with our staff. Obviously, they're not my staff anymore, with the policing staff. Because what we're seeing repeatedly is police officers, both young and older police officers, tripping over things that they think are okay to do because they're in private when they're doing them online, and not realizing that there is no differentiation anymore, that this is all one entity. And I think from a policing perspective, we will see this unravel quite considerably over the next few years as more and more of these issues come to light, and as we learn more and more about the way people think from what they write digitally. From the way people think actually represents how they act, and the relationship between the police and thought is never a good one to have. So I think Peel would recognise lots of things. Now, I wonder if they sat in a room and thought 200 years' time, this is what's going to happen. I don't think that was anywhere near anybody's thoughts. They were thinking, are we going to survive for the next 6 months? And I think there's a lot to take from the Peelian principles, but I really feel it's a time for us to take a very close look at policing and think about what that means in an immensely connected, global and technologically driven world.
Thanks, Rod. May-Britt.
Well, when it comes to the Swedish police and what I know about Robert Peel, we could say it's based on his principles, but at the same time, I would say that I would like to go back, as there is historians obviously in the room, to when the Swedish police more or less started. It was during the 15th and 16th century, we had someone that was both the firefighter and the police officer at the same time, called Snut. And this person walked around when it was darkness out and put on the lamps out in the streets to keep the street to be seen by those that went out in darkness. And they also would alarm the public if something happened, or if it was someone that was too drunk in the street, they would also act with this situation. So within time, you could look at them as preventer already at the time. And that is one of the basic rules I think Robert Peel brought into policing, that the police officers are there to prevent things happening. And they are the service of the public. And I think this is one of the things that we always need to return to when we look at ourselves as police officers, because we are very reactive, extremely reactive, and we normally think that way as soon as something is occurring, that we need to react, we need to do something, we need to put it back into how it should have been. And this is also a way for us to feel needed, of course, because we would like to be needed. We chose this profession because we thought we could put everything back to something like the correct world. The public do have expectation on the police officer, the individual and also the authority. And we need to be prepared to be scrutinized as person or as the whole authority at the same time. Because when I do something in the street, in the police car, or as an investigator, or as a civilian staff member as well, I will be scrutinized by the public and this particular person in front of me, what I did and how I did it. And they might have seen what happened to the person before me when I stood in the line. Did they act the same way against that person as they now do with me? And this is also one of the things that we put into training for police officers. And talking about training, this is extremely different between countries, how we train police officers. Scandinavia, Norway, for example, they got a bachelor degree before they are allowed to go out on the street. 3 years of police training, including a bachelor. In Sweden, 2.5 years. In Denmark, they did a bachelor for a while, changed back because the need of police officers. So they today got 3 different educations, 1 6 year, a kind of pre-police officer. And then they got police officers, they do their training, and they also got those with the bachelor training. If we then look at USA to compare to a country that we all try to make decisions about, and we got a view about how they are, 18,000 police authorities, 18,000. I looked at your slides earlier here. I thought it was 48 different police agencies in the UK. In Sweden, we got 1 national police, like in Scotland. Netherlands got a national police as well. Basically, more or less at the same time, we changed over as you did over here in Scotland to the national. But in USA, it might be if you are in the South States that you got 3 weeks. I said weeks, 3 weeks of training. If you then go up to Wisconsin, you can't even apply to become a police officer unless you can provide a bachelor degree beforehand. And the training, of course, is crucial to what you will deliver as police officer, and if you will live up to the Peel ideas, how policing should be delivered to the public. We can also look at the next part of it is how long will I stay in the police? Because if I do the training and if I follow and I do a good probation time as a police officer together with an elderly colleague, I will look at the colleague, I will do as good as I can. I would like to be as good as he or she. If this is a good person, I will be a good police officer. However, there will always be a bad cop. And this person can ruin the future for this police cadet as if we do the training in the wrong way when they do the practical training. This is coming also up then when you think about, I am working still. I said I have 47 years of policing. I'm still working, and my employer asked me to keep on for another year. So 2022, hopefully they will accept my retirement. So I will be at a lady age, this 22 plus. While here in UK, you might end up after 30 years of service. You might be 50 years old. If you go to Poland, you can retire after 20 years of service. So you can have a totally new career in front of you, and you might part-time study at the same time, and you will be seen as a police officer, and you will be seen as the gardener or whatever you would like to. So there is so many options given to you. So when Robert Peel talked about prevention, I agreed with him, because that is the first thing that we need to do. Secondly, we always need to investigate. And if the legislation is in harmony, there will be good service to the public and we will be trusted. So there are a lot to think about when you are out there meeting the public and you think about Robert Peel. I think he had very good ideas, but that it's many years back and we need to re-evaluate on the road into the future. This is the same for like associations. Otherwise we lose our members and there will be no volunteers. I heard about the volunteers earlier. And this is the same with the police. If we do not follow what happens out there in the society, we will be the losers and we will not be needed. There will be other people taking over. And I had a question in one of the breaks. Why are there so many private security companies in Sweden? Because we are too few police officers and we can't do all the service to the public. And then we instead engage with private companies to protect certain things that is not policing any longer. And I have seen this also here in UK. I think I'll stop here and leave something for a little bit later. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, May-Britt. Yes, so Jonathan, would Robert Peel recognise the police of 2021?
Right. Can we all hear myself all right? I don't use microphones other than ill-advised karaoke sessions, but I could not believe when this question came up. I really couldn't. I mean, as a fan of Robert Peel, as a supposed specialist in Victorian policing, I thought I couldn't possibly get any better than that. Yes, absolutely. Robert Peel would recognise policing of 2021, no doubt. He'd recognise the function. He'd recognise common statement, purpose. He'd recognise command and control structures. So I think, yes, he would absolutely recognise it. He would also recognise the need to reform as well. You know, Peel was a great reformer, far more than actually the other prime ministers that have been previously. I know he obviously later became prime minister, but he was a big reformer, and he would have understood the need to reflect the social construct. So adapt in order to survive, which actually one of the esteemed colleagues previously mentioned, the importance of actually adapting and adapting how we do things in order to reflect the issues that we're facing. And Robert Peel would have certainly recognised that. But the Victorian period is such a transformative period, really. And in many respects, how we do things and how we do business now is nothing like what we would have done in 1829. So I think you've got to recognise those things. So yes, I would fundamentally say he would recognise it. I don't think he would recognise tech. I can't imagine how difficult that would have been to try and explain to Robert Peel, by the way, we've got these things called computers and, you know, this is how things are done. I'm not sure they would understand that. But fundamentally, yes, I think he would. So that's me.
Thank you. Just some really interesting responses there. I think some key things that have just jumped out to me, really thinking about what we need to focus on, structural change that's happening into our societies, scrutiny of police and reform, all talked about there, as well as that real variety of approaches globally as well. I'd like to open up to the floor. Anyone got any questions? Lots of questions. So I think, should we start over there, as that's where the mic is, and then we'll move across. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me there? Hey, I'm David Lewis from Associates at the LPC. I've got a question about police legitimacy around the use of military and the military force. We've heard a lot about partnership working and the pandemic, and we've increasingly seen in the last year and 18 months the use of the army. They've turned out for floods, and they've turned out for driving for the transport dispute, and they've now turned out obviously massively for the pandemic. Particularly in terms of intelligence and the general use of the military, where are we drifting towards, if at all? Do you have any concerns as a panel about the use of the military in the policing function?
Thank you, David.
Yeah, I think I'd be more concerned if I was a member of the military command about how their soldiers were being used in a completely different format. I think there's quite an interesting shift in a belief that the military are a cheap version of backfilling where there's a problem in society, which I think is completely undermining the professional skills of the Army, Air Force, Navy. And that for me is quite a concern. I think the other concern is from a professional policing perspective and from a paramedic perspective or from any of the other professions, the belief that people can be briefed to do a job which other people have spent many years learning how to do is actually undermining the skills required to carry out the role. So I think it's quite problematic when we move away from the use of the military in very contained specific roles to bring their own specialist skills to support policing into this more generalized, we're just going to get bodies from where we can get them because it doesn't cost a lot of money. So that would probably enough.
Thank you. If everyone's okay, I'd like to move on to the next question so all the questioners get a chance to speak. If you're happy with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Just picking up on Maybrit's point, talking about training and academic degrees.
Just wonder what the panel's feelings are on whether that creates a problem for Peelian principles and representing a society as a police force if you are requiring people to have an academic degree, particularly for perhaps people that are changing careers or perhaps people that don't want to do a degree.
Okay. Jonathan, do you want to pick up on that one and then maybe come to Maybrit?
Well, firstly, if we're going to keep Robert Peel, you can tell there's a bit of a fanboy thing going on here. He would have actually totally understood the professionalisation agenda. He would have totally understood the PQF, because he had a radical idea, for example, that police officers should be able to read and write. so he really understood the importance of upskilling and going with the times. And so he would definitely do it. So I don't think it does clash with the Peelian principles. There's a misconception. I spend unfortunately, a lot of my time in archives and not seeing sunlight for days. And actually, historically, the police have always educated themselves. They've always been upskilling in order to deal with issues as they arise. So no, absolutely not. I don't think there's a clash. I would say this, though, is that there's a misconception about the Peelian principles. Peel never actually wrote them. Those 9 principles that you see and we hold in such a regard, he never actually wrote them. They were wrote in the 1950s and 60s in textbooks. He did say about the police of the public of the police, sort of, because what he actually said was a working class force for a working class community. That's what he actually said. So it has changed over time to a certain extent, but he would fundamentally recognise the need to upskill, professionalise in order to tackle crime and prevent crime. So that would be my view on it.
Thank you.
I need to speak with a double tongue. It's known in the USA that you can do that. As a police officer, if you think about how I was educated many years back, I would have said, no, there is no need for a bachelor degree or further training or anything else. I just wanted to do my basic police training, go out in the street, drive fast with a car and hunt for all the thieves that I could find. And after 2 years, I started to ask myself, why is all this happening? That is how I started my further training myself. I started to read, I started to search for answers to my questions. And today, also been working with the Swedish Police Federation, that is a union. We are allowed to strike. You are not in this country. So what we are really fighting for a police education that would give a bachelor to police officers in Sweden. And we also want those that are in the profession of today to be evaluated, to become a degree and to get a good degree and also be seen as educated, because the experience also gives you a lot of knowledge. So the way of giving a good training will also deliver better policing and better understanding for why crime is happening and why the public is acting as they do from time to time. Because it's not always criminals that we are handling. You remember the question I had this morning about mental illnesses. We are jack of all trades. I think you used that expression over here. And there's further words in that line. And we need to do everything. Babysitting, baking. We need to be able to do a lot more than this basic policing. And if we don't do good training, we will not be able to deliver. So yes, on your question, I think it would be good if all police officers would receive a proper training, schooling. A bachelor could be the start of it. And for police leaders, I can see the need for them to do further training, because leadership is not everything that you are born with. Some people are born to be leader, others need to be trained to become the leader.
Thanks, Maybrit. Next question, please. There's one here. Thanks.
Thank you. Lizzie, I was just intrigued by your choice of structural change, and I wanted to link back to the first speaker today when he talked about a cultural change. And I'm interested about the confused position perhaps around the National Police Chief Council and the support for academia. And just ask, are we yet a network of learning organisations, or to bring in Professor Wakefield, or is this yet to be identified as the biggest of super wicked problems?
Thank you. Rod, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, have a go. Thanks, Ian. Nice, easy one. My starting point is that I think policing has to be absolutely rooted in local communities. So however the governance and overall structure is created, it has to build up from what's happening in local communities in providing services locally in the right context and the right solution for people. But I think 48 police forces in the United Kingdom is completely wrong. I think it creates a huge imbalance in power. So you end up with the Met Police, because of its size, being able to almost railroad other forces to follow policy and practice. And because of the Met size, the way that we see police activity in London drives data across the country. So if you look at stop and search data, if policing in London was completely proportionate in terms of stop and search data, it would make the national figures disproportionate, because the difference in how the community is created would change the overall figures. And you would still end up with being more likely to be stopped and searched in the United Kingdom if you're black than if you're white. And that creation of a body which has a disproportionate impact on data and outcomes, a disproportionate voice, and a very close alignment with central government makes it incredibly difficult for the other chief constables and the other police and crime commissioners to drive policy forward and to develop appropriate ways. And I think because of that, organisational learning gets lost, because each chief and each police and crime commissioner is trying to make their own case for their own force in their own area based upon doing something different from the other 47. So if we could rationalise down to a more sensible regional approach, but keep it built up by local BCUs working with local communities, I think we would make a huge step forward in networking learning and being able to move things across from one place to another.
Thanks, Rod. May-Brett or Jonathan, would you like to add? Yeah.
Well, we've done that travel in Sweden many years back when I joined the police, historically, very long time ago. We had more than 100 police districts in Sweden, and it was a lot of small places that could be forgotten more or less if you looked at the headquarters that we had one in Stockholm at the time. And then years later, we moved in to have less than 70. And this was not enough, because we saw the problems between all these different sizes of the forces. So 2015, we moved to the national police and we divided the country into 7 regions. It being really a big baby to take care of and to feed it. But at the same time, we facing exactly the same kind of going through system. We try to make it as national as possible. There is not a Stockholm syndrome in the way that we all listen to what they do in the big city. We try to have an average of the country. And I agree with you. I had very interesting discussions when I did my master at Cambridge University with some politicians that came to our evening sessions. And some were absolutely against this, because they could see that the tax they pay for the police on the local level in some areas would be given to some other area that had more problems. So you need to have a thought of solidarity if you move in to have regions in the country. And this is what we already been, well, I was born into solidarity. It's a country of solidarity. So I think we even though we had problems to bring these 7 regions together to one national police with the same way of looking at it. I think it's been healthy for the police organization as it has been healthy for the public as well, for citizens.
Thank you. Really interesting to hear about that positive change there. We're going to move on to the next question. So the next question, so we're going to try and keep quite focused so we can get to the last question as well, because I like the last question. Is there a crisis in police legitimacy? And maybe if we start with you, please.
Yes and no. It's absolutely not an easy question to answer to, but we had really a crisis after the George Floyd thing, and that affected not only the USA and particularly the police at the scene or in the state when it happened. It affected the rest of the Western world, more or less. Every country where we had people coming from different countries joining together and formed a country, it went to be demonstrations. It started to be an issue about what police officer did or didn't. And I think that went to be the kind of opening possibility. It wouldn't, in my way of looking at it, if it hadn't been the pandemic, it wouldn't have been as large as it went to be. Due to the pandemic, I think it went to be something to react to, with the lockdowns, with the restrictions, all these horrible things. And also it was enough. We had enough. Everyone had enough. A police officer did something that was not accepted. A person had to give his life, even though he had done bad things, he shouldn't die. That was one of the things we had to think about. And many people lost the trust in the police at that time. And they started to speak about defunding the police. People started to speak about the training of the police and. At the same time, half a year later, it was not forgotten, but when the public saw the justice system, how they reacted to what happened, that was when we started to build back the trust in the police. And I believe that the trust is there back, not really at the same level as it used to be in the USA, but in most of the other countries where we had reactions.
Thanks, Mobrit. Jonathan?
Well, I would probably take a slightly different position. I think there are significant issues around legitimacy and policing in the UK, and as a result of the way that messaging happens internationally. I think listening to Hannah speak earlier on about the amount of effort that has been put in by police leaders and communities to support their local police during this time of immense strain is a sign that there are really strong connections and a lot of good support. But I think when you look at some of the underlying data about differential outcomes for people from different backgrounds, and when you start looking at differential outcomes in terms of the service to women and men, I think when you put all of that together, there are such risks to the police maintaining their legitimacy that unless we say it is highly at risk, we will miss the opportunity to save what we have got in terms of local support and what we have got for the officers who, from my perspective, do the most incredibly difficult job, put themselves at risk all the time. We heard this morning about no PPE, having to make a decision not to take the vaccination, not to argue to vaccinate your own staff because you think it's more important to save other people's lives than to save the life of the person standing next to you. Those sorts of selfless acts are incredibly widely replicated through policing and are right at the core of what most police officers do on a daily basis. But when you put that together with a very small number of people who do things which are absolutely grotesquely wrong, and a set of data which shows disproportionality in terms of the use of powers and the outcomes for inquiries, I think there is a real issue. that has to be addressed really urgently if it's not to get out of control.
Thank you, Rod. Jonathan.
I'll be very quick. Well, I actually think there is a wider crisis of legitimacy amongst state apparatus, actually. I think the failure of the neoliberal model, whether you agree with it or not, has left a great deal of inequality and a lot of disenfranchised young people who feel that, and also, of course, they're very tech savvy as well, and they feel that the state systems don't represent them. I think if you look at what happened recently in COP26, really we were yet to see the outcomes of that, and many of my students have said to me, what was the point of it? It didn't represent us, it didn't represent anything that our futures, it didn't protect our futures, it's just a load of people squabbling. So I think it's that actually that we need to really challenge. And of course, because policing is front facing, because the men and women of policing deal with it on a daily basis, you will have the issues. But I think it's much wider than that. Unfortunately, I think partly it's because you no longer control the narrative. Whether you like to admit it or not, you don't. Social media and ideological structures can set up anti-police messages much quicker than you can deal with it. So I think there is this discussion about whether you're in a chronic crisis of legitimacy. I don't have the answer to that, but I certainly think that we really need to get back on message and put much more positive message out, which I think these events do, really, and young people need to be aware of those things. So that would be me.
Thank you. Some really powerful insights there. Anyone in the room have a question? Or Denise? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I suppose my question is actually about legitimacy in a different format, and that's internal legitimacy. We talked a lot about resilience of police officers and a lot that they've gone through in terms of the pandemic and the work that they've had to do, particularly in the front line. I've done some research myself, and actually morale being quite low and them having quite a negative experience and feeling quite, that actually the legitimacy of the organisation to them because of their experiences on the front line. So just wondering how important you think that is to ensure that legitimacy, legitimacy or organisational justice is just as important as external legitimacy.
Thank you. Who would like to pick that one up? Go on.
Yeah, I think I think that there are 2 points here which are very similar. What Jonathan was saying about this wider issue in society, this wider issue of discussion around what historically was seen as the right cultural norms and ways of doing things, and what people are expressing in a different format, plays directly into what you're talking about. And I think I've always felt this, for the last 40 years. I think the cops on the front line feel that nobody loves them even, and that everyone wants them to go home. When the reality is that the vast majority of people, when they call for the police, are calling for something they really believe will help them, and will really do them some good. And I think it's really sad that however hard in the past we've tried, and however hard we're trying at the moment to get that message through, that quite often the frontline cops don't hear that. And they hear the angst which is aimed at society, focused on them as individuals, and they internalize that and have to deal with that on a daily basis. And I really think that we need to find a way of actually changing that conversation. For me, the thing that really did start to change that was community-based policing, and getting officers very closely aligned with the local community, working on joint initiatives locally, because they started to get the feedback that what they were doing was making a difference. If you spend all your days running from one call to another call to another call, where you're not actually changing anything, you're basically collecting data for Home Office figures, because none of it's leading to an outcome. It doesn't fill you with a great feeling of I did well today. Whereas if we could get cops back more aligned with hearing from Mrs. Miggins, if you like, about how wonderful the service was and how things are better, it could change that. So I think your question you're talking about goes to the heart of what Jonathan was talking about as well, in terms of we've got to get much better at this communication connectedness, and we've got to realise that the majority of our staff are now involved in conversations that we don't even know about.
Thank you. Any more points before we move on to the final question? Oh, is there a question there? Sorry.
Thank you. A short question, hopefully short answers. And Lizzie, I'm going to ask you this as well. So just so that it's not just the three panelists. This is an international police educational conference. Leaving aside for reasons of panel makeup, Sweden and the UK, if panelists could send a new police recruit to any country in the world for a 6-month secondment, where would they send them and why?
I'll be really provocative and start.
Go on.
Very short. I would send them to China. I would send them to China predominantly to break a whole load of thought processes about what happens in China. There are a whole load of things which are completely inappropriate, but their police education process and the way that they've gone about increasing the skills of their staff to be able to respond to digital issues, to investigate in a forensically complicated world, to respond. I mean, when you look at the public order response in Hong Kong, in a way of actually being able to respond in a very complex political world with a set of proportionate skills, I think it would be really useful. I wouldn't want them to come back and make this China. That's not what I'm saying at all, but I think there is something there which would be really interesting and useful for people.
That was my first thought, China. But then I thought, no, I've been to China, and when you started to speak about it, no, I would send my police officer to Kyrgyzstan. And why Kyrgyzstan? Because Kyrgyzstan used to have a militia, and they're trying to change this militia into a democratic police. And it would be really interesting for them to meet one that working according to the legislation in the country and are not military police officers. They are real police officers and they are trained to be that. And I think it would be really interesting for them to see how a former Soviet state is now working independently with their own freedom and try to come closer to Europe. So that's the reason why I sent my police officer Sweden to Kyrgyzstan.
Well, I'm not an expert. I'm going to mix it up, actually, if you don't mind. I'd send them back in time. I would. I genuinely would, actually. I would send them back to different time periods in Britain to sort of dispel some of the myths I think that we have over history. So I'd certainly send them back to 1829, and I would show actually the realities and what Peel was facing, the urbanisation, the industrialisation, and all those complexities. I'd send them there. I would also send them to the 1950s, the golden age, which I know I'm allowed to speak about today. And sort of this kind of where it really was a very different model than what we use. Probably Mrs. Miggins' model, if you don't mind me saying so. Mrs. Miggins gets mentioned a lot. I'd like to meet this Mrs. Miggins. But that's what I would do, actually. Rather than send them internationally, I would send them back in time to really reevaluate our history and the journey that we've taken to get to where we have. And that might actually allow us to appreciate how professional British policing is and why we are the envy of other parts of the world. So that's what I would do.
Well, I was torn and I've been all around the globe in my head, I have to say. But I think ultimately, I think back to Maybritt's point, I might send them to a small place in the US where there is a lot of use of guns and where the police officers are very, very under-educated or under-trained. Again, almost to have to give them a sense of what we do have here and what we have built here and how precious it is as well. So I think that's what I would do. Okay, and no one else is allowed to ask me any questions. I'm not here to answer questions at all. So the final question I think we come to this afternoon, but almost the flip side, and I think we've touched on this already a little bit, but to Jonathan first, have the police ever been loved?
So not an easy question. I loved the title of it as well. It sounds like a bit of a kind of Lionel Richie song, really. Have they ever been loved? Yes, actually, in reality, I mean, it's a point obviously made by a colleague. Yes, there have been periods of time where the police have been very much loved by the public. I mean, if we're using loved as the definition of that being, largely positive public perception and legitimacy, then yes, you'd have to go back to the 1950s and the 1960s. The so-called golden age of policing. Robert Reiner and Rowe and those who talk very, very much about that period. You'd have to go back to then. The key why it was a golden age in the 1940s and 50s was really twofold. The first was about visibility. Police officers were much more visible than what they are today. And that, as a result, provided a sense of reassurance for members of the public. They were there for them, and it was very much as close to that police of the public and police as you're going to get. The second, which I think I've alluded to already, is the control of the narrative. Let's be honest, the media have always challenged policing. If you went back to 1888, there was some pretty distasteful stuff written about the Metropolitan Police taking on Jack the Ripper. They've never been really in huge support. But what the police were able to do was to control what was actually being put out there. And I think that's what ultimately made it a golden age. If we move to 2021, firstly, and these are some of the points that Rod was alluding to, visibility is gone, really. I was speaking to my students prior to this. Really, they'll only come into contact with a police officer if they're an offender or they're a victim. That's it. So the visibility isn't there. They don't feel part or they don't feel connected to them. There's the dehumanization effect as a result. The second is, of course, that you don't control the narrative anymore. And that with technology being the way it is, the power to the individual citizen has meant that, in effect, negative views and negative perceptions of the police can be formulated very, very quickly and spread. This is what the RAND Corporation call truth decay. And unfortunately, we are policing in a world where what is truth anymore? That's another thing, of course, which was very clear in the 1940s and 50s. It was clearly defined what was going on, mostly because of the post-war consensus. So whereas now what is true, what is right and wrong is very much subjective and very much dependent on who you speak to at whatever time that you speak to. So I think that in answer to your question, have they ever been loved? Yes, there have been periods of being loved. But of course, I'm afraid to say, as many of you, academics and are aware, the golden age was not actually that golden, really. It was golden for the police in the respective that you could get away with a lot. But actually, in terms of delivery of justice, it was very poor. There was high levels of corruption, there was high levels of malpractice. And so one of the things I always say to students is that there's a real issue with policing and history. We think of the 20th century, we think, oh, great, golden age, but it actually wasn't. Whereas in the 21st century, we think it's bad and it's actually very good. So it's kind of like switched over in the two centuries. So have they ever been loved? Yes. Of course, the bigger question, which may be open to the panel, is do we actually need to be loved? Is it important that we're loved? Or is it actually much more important that we're just simply respected and that, we're appreciated for the job that you guys do? I think that's maybe much more of an important question to ask ourselves. But obviously, I welcome it up to the rest of them.
Thank you. I've been getting the sort of 2-minute warning. So, and we've got some quick responses, Rod and Maybrit, please.
Well, if I look at my own police force back home in Sweden, I can say there are four times that I really, during my time as police officer, seen us being loved. The first time is after a really bad robbery where the robbers killed 2 police officers, Alexander. This was during the 1990s. This really upset the whole nation when it happened. And still on the day, every year, it's in the newspaper, and we are loved for 124 hours in memory of these two people that had to sacrifice their lives in this chase that happened at that time. The second time, I really had the feeling that we were loved by the citizens, and we were particularly loved by the people in Gothenburg. In 2001, when we had violent riots due to the EU summit, where people came from all over Europe and crashed our city, and the police went to be injured in massive numbers, and the public loved us. They knew that we came out on the street to protect them. However, after a few weeks, when the journalists started to write to the opposite side, they hated us. So they loved us at that time for 3 weeks, and then nothing in the media and any anniversaries any longer around our really heavy work at that time. The Stockholm terrorist attack at Drottninggatan, you probably saw the pictures from that one. It's just a few years back when everyone went to buy roses, not only in Stockholm, but all over the country, and put onto the police cars wherever we parked. That was also a time when the Swedish people loved their police, and they still remember us for what happened. People had to also at that time to sacrifice their lives, but that was the public, and the police came out and protected them very, very quickly. And we caught this terrorist as well. And finally, the fourth. Sadly, we had one police officer, a young police officer this summer murdered in this group violence. And we are still loved. And we still speak about him. And we still speak about the good of the police in my country. So they do love us when we are in danger, or the public are in severe danger. They love us because they know that we will be there for them.
Thank you, Rod.
3 very quick points. I think the first one is far more importantly about than whether the police are loved is how much the police love their job and what they're doing, and the importance of that selflessness which comes from it, which is at the heart of policing. Second thing, probably, I've always been at this point that when both sides of an argument hate you, you've probably just about got it right in policing terms. So expecting to be loved is always going to be a difficult thing to have. But overall, I would say that people genuinely do love the British police. I think there is a very strong love affair. The problem with it, when something becomes that emotional, every time the police let them down, and however small they let them down, it is felt as a personal affront within a relationship rather than a professional transactional issue. So I think the police are loved, and I think they do love their job and they do love the public, but it's not perhaps what we can survive.
Thank you. Sorry, there won't be time for any more questions just now, but I think hopefully that discussion's given us all some real food for thought. I think it's certainly given us a sense of some of the challenges, some of which are within policing's reach to change, and I think some of which are probably outside. But it's certainly given me a sense of, and a sort of renewed sense of what we need to do in policing to continue to build legitimacy and to build back the trust where that's been eroded. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, panel, for please move away. Some fascinating insights there to wrap up the last of our discussions and what I think has been a really interesting day. Just before I hand over to Rod, who just wants to say a few closing remarks, just a few thank yous from me. Once again, thanks to our sponsors, Audax, Body-Born Videos, and Policing Insight online magazine. And I hope there'll be a write-up about this in there, hopefully for some other articles that some of our speakers might write for us in our workshop series. Thanks to the University of West London, in the background, Imelda, who's done a lot of work here, but also our IT department up there, who's kept things fantastically on track for us. Hugely grateful for that. but last, also our police cadets. Charlie's disappeared to see the Lord Mayor, bless him. Kieran's replaced him, and I think there will be one or two others for those of you staying throughout the evening. So again, for our local volunteer police cadets, a huge thank you. But from me, Karen Duckworth over there, who's just done all the hard work on behalf of your London Policing College. So Karen, huge thank you for you. So finally, the final words from Rod.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob. I'm supposed to be trying to sum up today's conversation, which means I've written some notes on here. I wrote them without my glasses on, and now I'm trying to read them without my glasses on. And I've suddenly realized there were a few flaws in that plan. I want to, though, just go back to the question that you asked about where would I send them. And I thought, how mean. I mean, we have officers here from Thailand, which is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. We have so many lovely places I could have put forward there. And I went for China, which is beautiful, but you know, it's not the same. Anyway, I think today has been, for me, quite eye-opening. The conversation starting with Pete Gardner at a very frontline perspective about what the last year has been like for officers and for leading police through the pandemic and as we've come through it. And then listening at a national level about the politicization of the issue and the relationship of the police with government and with other agencies and the complexity of that. And I think that's one of the things that has come through to me, and I really feel very strongly about this, is that this has been described as a health crisis because it is a health crisis. Let's not forget that. But it is also a crisis for society on so many different levels. And despite the fact that we have done incredibly well on one level with health, we've still got a large number of people who are ill at the moment. We've got a large number of people who are dying in this country every day with an issue. We have a series of problems for society which are falling off the back of that in terms of supply chains, in terms of people not being at work because they're ill, because of people dealing with 18 months of immense pressure and knowing that there isn't an end in sight on that pressure. And we're still talking about it as a health emergency, and we get the next jab and we're all going to be okay and things are going to come out the other end. We have got a long way to go with this crisis. And I think the police will be at the forefront of many of the problems that come off the back of that. And I think Maybrick gave us a really interesting insight into the relationship between crime and fear of crime. And at the moment, crime levels are relatively static there. I mean, the big jump in crime this year because of what Alison was talking about, the increase in online crime within Home Office statistics will show crime jumping in the UK quite properly because we're getting back to a more genuine picture of crime. But the fear of crime is probably larger than it has been in the past. There's a lot of stats showing it going up. The discussion around crime in the household coming out, really important stuff in terms of changing police priorities and dealing with real risk to people. But that adds to a level of fear within a society that's dealing with a lot of loss and problems. So there's a whole load of things there which I think have come out today which are really important. And I think David summed it up with the risk to democracy. If you are able to defraud a country out of billions of pounds, there is a real issue around what else could you do and get away with. And we have seen in this country, you know, just recently, the absolutely horrific murder by a serving police officer who clearly believed that he could do whatever he wanted to do at that time. If you don't have the belief that the structures and systems protect the integrity of society, society is, in my view, at risk and needing to be dealt with. And you know, I think Alison gave us a really interesting discussion of the super wicked problems, which then became very wicked problems. Somebody introduced another tier, and I was thinking, oh, we can have one above super wicked problems next, can't we? But the whole concept of the issues and how they are disaggregating the society's structures and what that will do to policing in the future, I think is the sort of thing that we need to keep constantly looking at and referring to. And I just love the thought that we as a country would like to think of ourselves as the best on resilience in the world, when we have for the last, I don't know, at least 5 years on the National Risk Register had a pandemic as the #1 risk. And how well prepared were we as a country for that? You know, we still haven't, I don't believe, got to a point where we are genuinely dealing with the issues of the pandemic, because we're still focusing on the health crisis and not the whole thing and how it's affecting society. Then this afternoon, I'd just like to thank the two panels this afternoon. I thought they were really interesting conversations. Obviously not my bit of the conversation, just sort of make that very clear. But to hear people talking about some of these issues was very powerful for me, to get some personalized views of it. Over the last few weeks, Karen, we've talked about today, but we have run these series of workshops. We've had hundreds of people from across the world involved in discussions around these sorts of conversations. And I think it's been quite humbling that so many people have been engaged in the conversation and have participated in trying to widen the knowledge around these issues. And I just really want to come back to the snoots, because I just thought that was lovely. Where is Maybury? The whole lovely thought of introducing a new label for policing in the UK and calling them the snoots were just absolutely superb. So I'd like to personally thank you all for coming today. A number of our students, first year, second year, undergraduate students and master's students are here today and online. I hope that you can take some stuff back into the classroom from today, and it'll enrich some of your conversations. Really grateful for people who've come from quite long distances to participate with us. And I think now there's a chance for a quick cup of tea or something like that. Is that right, Karen? Next door. And then you have a really interesting opportunity for those of you who can stay to listen to Jonathan talking to Bob Broadhurst about his career, a bit of a conversation about some of the things that Bob's been involved in. For me, one of the great bits about my job at the moment is that I'm surrounded by people who've done phenomenal things and who are really quite low-key about it. So looking forward to listening to that conversation. Thank you very much for your engagement today. Grab a cup of tea, and if you can stay, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody.